Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you got what it takes, click that link, but prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin, but always make sure your arguments are LPP.
What is going on, everybody? Man, doing back-to-back after shows this week. Man, I'm getting tired, and I'm feeling a little under the weather for the first time in 2 years. It's crazy. But we're going to have a good time tonight. Hopefully, we'll have another excellent after show. Hopefully, it won't turn into too much of a dumpster fire. But then again, I do kind of enjoy when they get a little bit fiery in here. We get to have some fun and some good back and forth and good dialogue and get a few zingers going back and forth. But before we get into the real meat and potatoes of an after show dumpster fire, we do what we always do, which is allow people to come into the stream, into the panel, kind of get a minute and a half tops per person, and we'll kind of review what we think about the debate, best one-liners, best comebacks, best overall components, what really stuck out to you, and just your general thoughts. And then as more and more people join the panel, we'll hop back over to the next for each person in order. And once we go through all that, we'll get into open mic discussion, get back and forth. If somebody else hops in, we'll take a quick time out from the discussion. Let them share their thoughts about the debate, and then we'll go back to general conversation. But before we get into all of that, I want to say thank you to everybody in the side chat that's already joined us. Got a couple folks back panel already. But we got some awesome members in the house too. Utopia Buster's here, brother Timothy. I think I saw Andrew a while ago. Oh, the one and only Jackson Rowe, serial debater over on SFT. He's in the house as well. What's up, man? Good to see you. And I think he's also backstage. We got Alex Cox in the house. We got a whole bunch of folks who are always coming through. Oh, there's the one and only Sponge Mob Imagination. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Hope everybody's having a good day. Oh man, there's Keith Colvin. What's up, man? How you doing? Good to see you as well. Steve Tibbetts in the house talking about maybe coming into the after show. Let's see if he clicks that link and joins into the conversation. Should be a good time. And I tell you what, folks, I'm really wondering. I don't know if you guys saw the last little zinger I did over on SFT's channel, but Dr. Joel Duff was inside chat talking trash as usual. And of course, I asked that question: does this guy have what it takes to come over and defend the very dogmatic positions he takes in comments, blog posts, and side chats, but never wants to come and actually defend in real time? It's always amazing to me how so many folks want to talk a big game, but then when they're asked to come live and defend their position, have good back and forth dialogue, actually answer questions, and have to look at the parry and the riposte in terms of mental combat and verbal dialogue, they never want to do it. It's really amazing how that happens so very often. But then on the flip side, you have really, really entertaining things like the recent debate between Matt Powell and Atheist Jones, whatever his name is. Man, that was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I strongly recommend it. The dude in his opening statement literally said, "I don't understand any of this stuff. I don't know what I'm talking about, but you're wrong." It was some of the funniest stuff I've ever seen. So hopefully we won't have too much of that tonight, but I wager there will be a little bit. I don't know, but I was told this, so therefore whatever you're saying is wrong, but we'll see what happens. Okay, enough of my diatribe here. We will now get into the after show madness. So let me bring in Jackson and Andrew Cumming, also known as the Rational Empiricist. What's up, guys? Jackson was first. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. There were 2 streams in a row where he was not first into the backstage, but tonight he has reclaimed his position as the number 1 arrival to the after show. What's up, Jackson? How you doing? What are your thoughts on the debate? How's everything going in your world? And have you any updates for us on the salamander bill in Congress, or have they been so distracted by Ukraine and Russia that nothing's happened?
Well, yeah, I thought for sure I wasn't going to be first. I didn't click on it as quick as I usually do, but here I am. But yeah, the debate, I kind of thought it was boring, to be honest. I was having a hard time paying attention to it. It was just about kinds and species, and who cares? I don't care. But anyway, I mean, I'm not saying I'm a charismatic speaker or anything, but obviously I'm not. But I wasn't entertained really by it that all that much. But yeah, the salamander business is still going through Congress, and the war in Ukraine is still raging. The Russians took the city of Kherson today, and they're gunning for a couple more tonight. It's nighttime there, about to be morning in a few hours, I think. So they usually shell the places at night, try to enter during the morning, and usually it's going bad for them at the moment. They're losing a lot of tanks. But anyway, that's all I have to say. So, one more thing. I came up with a thing called adaptive entropy. You can't see this, but it's my hypothesis. It's kind of reconciling genetic entropy with evolution, and it's going to sweep the nation. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Right on. Did you read Perry Marshall's paper on that actually covers some of that topic?
I did not.
Well, you might want to go read that.
Yeah, I probably should.
It gets into negative entropy and how cognition and choice in information is negative entropy. That is how it takes place, is through choice. And that basically the short version is basically with the adaptation that we observe, that is negative entropy from a information perspective, and we're observing this taking place in real time. Therefore, there is cognition in in place. Therefore, if that is the case, there is nothing about it that's random. And
maybe I'll read you what I have here in a minute.
And undirected, it actually is directed through cognition of the biological organisms. And ultimately, that means that the traditional neo-Darwinian models are utterly false, and you've been living in Fantasyland. But that's not what he says. That's my words. But anyway, okay. Up next, we've got the rational empiricist, also known as Andrew Cumming. Andrew, I turned up my mic a little bit. Is that coming through a little bit better now? The volume?
I think so. Yeah, sounds a little bit better. I'll keep you posted. Yeah, thanks for having me on. Unfortunately, to my great sadness, I missed most of the debate. I was out working on something. From what I did see of it, though, it appears that it was a lively discussion between Call Me Emo and Kent Hovind. What I remember most was kind of just skimming through it. At one point, Kent was arguing that there are some species that are difficult to classify, and of course, looking them up, they're not that difficult to classify. And of course, the usual stuff on both sides, but that was pretty much what I got from it. So we'll see if any other subjects come up tonight.
Right on. Appreciate that, Andrew. And okay, so quick sidebar. So Mark Drydesdale, he's back. Okay. So Mark had said he was not going to join the after show tonight, but he's here. But I think he may be hiding from the girlfriend. So I think that may be why he's dropping in and out, is he doesn't want her to know he's engaging in another crazy after show. But we'll see what I'm just messing with you, Mark. We'll see what happens when he gets his turn. Okay. Up next, we've got Jason. What's up, man? Welcome to stream. How you doing? What are your thoughts on tonight's debate?
Oh, nothing much. Just the usual stuff. Emo making lots of claims and not being able to prove it, and just making wishy-washy talking points that and thinks that's proof of evolution. But yeah, you know what I'd like to see them do? I'd like to see them do, like, you know how we get docs. We'll get a Google Doc, and we'll write up our rebuttals, and we'll put all the secular links in there, citations, peer-reviewed public citations, most of them, and we'll explain why we think it backs our side and everything. But they never, I don't think they've ever once done that, have they? I don't think they've ever once come out and just gone, here's a doc, here's the timestamps of that show, here's why he's wrong, here's the citation that proves why he's wrong, and this is why it proves why he's wrong. So, yeah, that's what I'd like to see.
That's a good point.
Did you hear any of that?
Yep. Yeah, all that came through. Yeah, makes it's a interesting point you're raising there. Okay, up next, Christopher. What's up, man? Welcome to stream. How you doing? I know you've got a debate coming up here in the not too distant future, but what are your thoughts about tonight's debate between Kent and Call Me Emo? Anything stick out to you? Christopher, if you're saying anything, we're not hearing any audio coming through.
How about now?
There you go.
Well, I didn't get to watch it. I didn't even know that debate was coming up tonight. So, surprised. So I'm just kind of being filled in, joining this after show.
Okay, no worries. Well, then we'll get back to you. What's up, Tony? Welcome to the stream. How have you been? What are your thoughts on tonight's debate?
Nothing tonight. I just wanted to ask Drysdale's denial of scientists invoking multiverses as a possible solution for abiogenesis. He keeps dropping in and out, though. I'm sure he's going to dodge it all.
But they have to follow the same laws of physics in any verse they create, and universe they create. That's what they don't realize.
But what Drysdale doesn't realize is we can't do it in the best of optimal laboratory environments, but somehow it happened in nature on a hostile early Earth planet, whatever.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think there is a strong probability that just based on the vibe I'm getting from the first 14 minutes of this after show, I'm guessing that we may have a dumpster fire that starts at some point in the not too distant future if people get into the stream and we see what ends up happening here. But there's definitely some folks that are ready to rumble in yet another debate after show. Yeah, I mean so much.
Did you see Tor addresses all the field work that's going on with Abiogenesis? I don't know if you caught that in his last video. David Deemer's work out in the field.
I haven't gotten a chance to see that one, but I know what you're talking about. And
Yeah.
I know what he's addressing.
It's the same BS.
Well, it's the same ongoing talking points that are so outdated.
Right.
And I'm not talking about what Dr. Torres cover. I'm talking about like
Yeah.
what is being pushed by so many of the folks here on YouTube, right? And it's like, well, the RNA world. It's like the RNA world is outdated in the origin of life. Like that's already out. That's already outdated, right? They haven't solved these problems. And if you're going to quote people like Wannabe Dave and like Wannabe Dave destroyed too, or Wannabe Dave just like, have you watched his video? I had a whole comment back and forth the other day with this clown about the topic, and it's like, dude, we're talking about a guy who literally said because we can build a machine to do DNA synthesis,
right?
That means it could totally happen naturally.
Yeah, I have a chainsaw that can cut trees and make lumber, but yeah, that happened naturally without the chainsaw.
Right. It's like I don't even know. And hopefully Mark will come back in here because I'm hoping that Mark was just tired last night because the whole the probabilistic resources not being available in a finite universe is.
And then Kunin saying it too, and then no, that doesn't mean it's impossible though.
Right, and those sorts of things just blow me away every time. It's like, what? Okay, I'm not saying that this proves beyond all doubt that God exists. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm saying that you have to address this as now what is the more rational conclusion,
right?
And I mean, to me, one of the biggest, like if there are not enough probabilistic resources available, and then if you look at Mark's position of like, no, I'm talking on the planet Earth, it's like, okay, cool, then you have no more than 10 to the 50th probabilistic resources available to you, and you need for transcription factors, you have a 1 in 10 to the 1018th power, and the total number of actions in the entire freaking universe is no more than like a 10 to the 140th. The total number of particles 10 to the 80th. That's for the whole freaking universe. And you're telling me that it's not like, for all intents and purposes, impossible because there aren't enough possible actions available to you. Like, I don't know how complicated that is to understand.
I don't get it.
Yeah, it seems to just like, and I'm not just bashing Mark because the same concept just seems to go over the heads of the vast majority of YouTube internet atheists, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, let's before we go off on a diatribe about that. Any topics anyone on the panel wants to bring up for general conversation, or we're waiting for anybody else who wants to come in and air their thoughts on the debate?
I came up with something.
All right, what's up?
All right, came up with. I talked to Sal last night on a stream. We talked about genetic entropy, and it seems that deleterious mutations seem to occur when strong selection pressures are applied. And so I came up with a new idea. I call it adaptive entropy. It's basically, well, I don't want to read it all. I'm too tired. I worked all day today. But anyway, just trust me, it's pretty compelling.
All right. Hey, all right, ladies and gentlemen. So you heard it first here.
Yeah.
I'll
write it out somewhere.
I'm not going to unveil my magic, but just trust me. It's awesome. You're going to recognize that my idea is going to change the globe. Everybody's perceptions are about to be magically modified.
All right, I'll read a little bit of it.
I'm just messing with you.
All right. Deleterious
though.
reductive mutations evolution take place under periods of intense selective pressure. In times of stasis, species have fewer deleterious mutations. That's just what I say. Potentially more beneficial mutations. For example, humans and chimps are going under a period of deleterious mutations right now for some reason. The Linsky experiment bacteria were put under extreme conditions, and they're degrading, so to speak. Grapes lost, and Sal brought this up to me last night. Grapes lost 15% of their genome, and they've obviously been under an extreme selective pressure for the agriculture industry, wine, and all that nonsense. But that's most of what I have on here, but I don't want to read the rest. Anyway.
I have a few problems right off the bat.
All right. Well, if you have a problem with it, I guess everyone will.
Yeah,
Oh
maybe.
yeah, atheists go for it. Battle between the Evos. Go.
Well, I guess
read it all. Did you read it? Was that all of it?
No, there's some more, but that's basically it.
I think you just summarized it. Yeah, I guess my initial problem with it is you were talking about, or I guess just to clarify, are you saying deleterious mutations arise because of strong selection pressures, or what exactly do you mean there?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, because well, you were talking about stasis being no deleterious or just the mutations kind of going all over the place, and I don't think that's really the case. There is selection or stabilizing selection during periods of evolutionary stasis, according to the math of population genetics. So I don't necessarily know if your idea there is concrete yet.
It might be total baloney. I'm just throwing out an idea.
Yeah, I'm just throwing some constructive criticism.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I have something funny to add. You know what Biden should have said for his State of the Union address? He should have just said bad and walked off.
Yeah. Well, what was kind of funny, I was bouncing back and forth to that during the debate, and he spent like a solid 30 minutes of his State of the Union address talking about Russia in Ukraine. It's like, for crying out loud, dude, it's the state of our union, not the European Union.
He did mention we need to save the Iranians in Ukraine. I caught that.
Oh, did I didn't see that. I didn't hear that part. Yeah, it's just so bad.
Yeah,
it's so bad. Okay, before we continue on, Mark Drysdale has joined us. What's up, Mark? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts about the debate tonight?
Let's bomb Russia. That's what he thinks.
My girlfriend's stuck down in New York then, though, can't get back to Canada. They're demanding PCR tests again, which I don't know where that came from. As of the February 28th, they canceled PCR testing back to Canada. She showed up in LaGuardia to get on a plane to Toronto, and they're holding her there. Insanity.
Well, yeah, I would agree with you that the madness that's been implemented via oligarchy wannabe dictators around the globe regarding this stuff is a little bit nuts.
Well,
especially when they're
that's for sure, but some of the stuff is getting a little out of hand. Like that's they're going to test her when she lands in Toronto. I just got back from Grenada. I got tested 5 times, so 2 times on the way down, 3 times on the way home. So that's getting out of hand.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
If we can't pull off abiogenesis in the best laboratory environments, how did it happen out in nature?
How did it happen out in nature? Where are you getting the time to do it?
You're going to jump to how much time?
Well, of course, evolution is based on time. We've always said that it's been based on time. We've never said that we can do it overnight. But you do know that the Uri
in what amount of time?
You know that the Uri experiment is still going, and they've actually been watching
the what?
Pardon?
The what experiment?
The Uri experiment, where they did the whole, making all the amino acids and stuff. They've left it going. It's actually still producing and moving forward. You should look into that. It's a really interesting story.
No, they were all useless.
Well, you can call it whatever you want.
It's moving forward.
I'm just saying that you should take a look at it. It's kind of interesting what it's turning into and how far it's progressed in the last 40 or 50 years.
It's turned into nothing, Mark. A bunch of garbage.
When did you last read about it?
Oh, it's about 70 plus years old now. Did they ever get a protein?
So what are you saying now, that 70 years is a long time for something to evolve? Anyways, I'm not here to hijack this tonight. If you just want to throw insults at me,
No, because I didn't insult you once. When did I insult you? I just heard what you were saying yesterday about infinite universes and it being not impossible. Well, God's not impossible either. I could just say that.
What's that?
No, you said, well, it's not impossible. Highly improbable is not impossible. I could just say that for a creator as well.
Absolutely, you can.
Hey guys,
Oh,
can I interrupt real quick? I want you to meet my cousin real quick. It's this banana.
That's how the English language works. It works no matter.
Hang on. So Jackson, hang on. Go ahead and introduce your cousin to the audience.
This is my cousin. That's my banana cousin.
Looks like your cousin dead to me.
No, I don't know.
Kind of rotten.
I mean,
and I ate half of it and put it in the fridge. So
are you?
Not very.
Is this your Is this admittance of your cousin cannibalism?
Maybe it is.
Well, a eukaryote eating a eukaryote would be cannibalism no matter what, would it not?
I'm just kidding around. I do believe all life is related, but I am poking fun at it also.
Yeah, I'm poking fun at it as well, but it would be considered cannibalism. It's eukaryotes eating eukaryotes. So us eating a monkey, would you consider that cannibalism, or would you think that's okay?
Well, I consider it pretty weird, but not quite cannibalism.
They do it.
Cannibalism limited to the species level?
In China, they eat monkeys. They eat monkey brains down in South America, so they do it.
Yeah, it's a bad idea to eat brains. You get prions.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Kuru, mad cow's disease.
Yeah.
Bananas to cannibalism. What's next?
It's called scrapies.
I think for me tonight, the part that I found the most frustrating is whether you believe in clades or not, is Kent not understanding what the word clade means and how we build on top of clades. And you don't have to believe in evolution to believe the meaning of the word clade. You don't have to. I understand what the word God means. I don't have to believe in it to understand the word. He just doesn't even understand the word clade and how we build on top of clades. And that I found frustrating.
I was actually going to bring that up, so thanks for bringing that up, Mark.
Yeah.
Because I would agree that Kent and like I'm not going to name names here, but Kent and some of his followers don't quite understand what a clade is. And if anyone does want me to define what a clade is, please let me know.
And just to clarify, Mark, the Miller-Urey experiment has gone nowhere.
Well, what do you call nowhere?
We've never got a protein. We've never got a single protein or even the correct amino acids, and they haven't sequenced themselves.
Is that the final
goal?
Is that the final goal? To say that it got nowhere to make amino acids, that's not a good start?
I mean, are a bunch of bricks a wall?
One brick can be a wall to an ant, yes.
There's no information there. A bunch of amino acids are not a protein.
Amino acids have no information?
The Miller-Urey experiment has been like formally considered not relevant to origin of life research.
Well, no, it's not
by origin of
today,
life researchers. So Mark, this is yet another example of something that was taught decades ago, and well, actually, even in some instances now, as being a reason to just accept abiogenesis happening in the format that we're being told at the current day, when the reality is in the origin of life community, Miller-Urey is like not even considered something that has no relevance. This is like
this is relevance. It did exactly what they set out to do. Make amino acids. They didn't set out to eat life. You think
they were actually not the 20 amino acids needed for life, Drysdale?
They set out to make an amino acid.
Mark, let's just listen. It is formally recognized that the scenario, the context, has zero prebiotic relevance. Okay? None. So the fact that it continues to be brought up by atheists on YouTube does nothing but indicate that the vast majority of atheists on YouTube don't actually pay attention to what's going on in the origin of life world. Just like last night when we were going off about RNA world, no longer being relevant. Okay, like being formally recognized in the with the peers, right? They're doing the research that like RNA world, yeah, that's not really something that's viable. So let's toss that one, and we're going to try and come up with something else.
Hey,
But
John,
what do we have? But what do we have here? We have 2 nights in a row. We have you, Mark. Last night was RNA World, and today we're talking about Miller Urey, both of which are rejected in the origin of life research world.
What was the big deal about RNA last night? I think you're thinking of someone else. What was the big deal about RNA? I didn't talk to you last night barely at all about RNA. We talked about the fact that coronavirus is an RNA.
Mark, there were been on Mark. Have you and I within the last week? Have you and I discussed the RNA world? Yes.
Well, the only time we talked was last night.
And did I or did I not tell you? Because when you were the one that brought up RNA world, were you not?
No, you're
yes. Oh my, no, I am not thinking of someone else, Mark.
What was I telling you about the RNA?
Oh my, dude, I know your memory is very short. Do you remember us talking about the probabilistic resources limitations? You remember that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. And do you not remember talking about RNA world in relation to abiogenesis?
Well, you go off and you talk about these papers for time, but I didn't. No, I did not.
Okay, well, okay, Mark. Well,
RNA.
Apparently, okay. Are you sure? You claim to not drink. Are you sure you weren't drunk?
No, I don't drink or do drugs. No,
Okay, cool. Then what's your excuse for? Dude, you're the one that brought up RNA world.
I did.
You have brought. Yes.
Can you find that? Can you find that in last night's discussion and send it to me, please?
Okay,
with an apology. Because I know nothing about RNA.
Of you and I. Okay, you're claiming that you and I have never. Are you claiming that you and I have never discussed RNA world? You have never brought up RNA world as a supposed explanation. No. Right now, Mark, are you formally stating that you have never brought up in conversation which I have been involved? Are you stating right now you have never brought up RNA world in a conversation with me? Yes or no?
You said this was last night.
I am asking you directly. I said within the last week.
We haven't talked for 2 years. And before that,
in the last week, Mark, are you formally denying in the last week you and I have not had a conversation about RNA world? Yes or no? Are you formally denying it? Yes or no? Are you formally denying it? Yes or no?
I am telling you, but you won't let me answer.
Okay. What's up, Ray? How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Oh, thank you, John. One of the things about the Miller-Urey experiment that really was a big dud was all the amino acids that were formed just all combined together. I think it's called the Maillard reaction. It's sort of like burnt toast, essentially, and formed melanoids, which are completely unusable. They're not proteins. They're just junk.
Exactly. It didn't lead to anything. That's what we're trying to explain to Mark.
It was not set up to make proteins.
Okay, so it's useless, Mark. It's a bunch of tars and garbage that led nowhere.
No, it was set up to see if they make amino acids. That's all they wanted to do, and that's what
they were the wrong kind for life, and there was no information generated in that experiment.
Who cares? So
it's useless. So your position is moot. It's totally moot, Mark.
Most things from 70 years ago are now.
You said the experiment is still going and is leading to something. What? Okay, what is it? What does it lead to?
Things.
Like what? Name one.
Read about it. What do you want me to do? Sit here and tell you exactly what it's made?
Hey, Mark. Real quick. Mark, we're going to quickly establish: is it still your position that you and I have only talked in the last 2 years? Last night.
That's all I remember. Yeah, I remember talking to you last night. That was it. I have not even participated for about 2 years now in any of these debates. I've been out of it for 2 years.
Okay, well, I think that perhaps your memory is really having some serious issues.
We have not talked for 2 years. I have not done a debate in 2 years. I lived in Grand Bend was the last time that I did a debate, and that was at least 1.75 years ago, and I was too busy moving for many months before that to be doing debates. That's why
Okay,
I let
so
everybody know that I was bowing out for a while.
So last night was the only time you've talked to me.
That I can think of. Yeah, you might have sent me a message or something, but we haven't had a debate or anything that I know of. Like I said, the last person, I don't even remember who the last person I debated was.
So you talked with me last night, correct?
Right.
And you didn't talk to me 3 days before that.
Not that I know of. What would we have been talking about?
Well, it was the Mark versus Kent after show. I mean, the after show of your debate with Kent. Do you not recall coming to the after show?
Oh yeah, no, I was talking then, but I did not bring up the RNA world, and me and you were not.
Okay. Hang on. So you just state okay 3 or 4 minutes ago you claimed that last night was the only time you and I have talked.
Yeah,
and now
wrong. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So do you think that perhaps that you might have discussed RNA world with me on the day that you don't seem to remember?
You may have brought up this RNA world. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, man, the level, dude. This is why I called you out last night for the level of denial and dancing and end running that you attempt to do in every single one of your debates and all of your conversations.
Just send it to me.
It's the biggest load of bovine scatology, Mark. And you act like you're this like this. Well, while we're talking, I'm going to see if I can find it directly in the stream, and I'm going to pull it up, and I'm going to embarrass your ass. But are you sure you want to continue to dogmatically claim that you did not bring up and discuss RNA world with me on the discussion on the after show of your debate with Kent? Are you claiming that you did not discuss RNA world?
No. Now you're saying, did I discuss it or did I bring it up?
You claimed it didn't even happen. You claimed you didn't even talk to me.
So
are you claiming there was no? Okay, I would have. Listen, I'm trying to make it as broad as possible for you right now, Mark. So you can't play your semantic bullshit, which is what you're doing right now. So,
no, that's what
are you claiming that? Are you still going to continue to claim that we had absolutely no conversation about RNA world?
Oh, now you're going to change it to absolutely no conversation about it.
Oh my God, you're such a freaking idiot. I'll let Mark back in a minute. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is the stuff that I talk about YouTube atheists and how they play a load of semantic bovine scatology and all this kind of stuff. You heard him, ladies and gentlemen. He claimed that we hadn't talked at all for the last 2 years, except for last night. And then he magically remembers that, oh, in the after show of his own debate, we had a conversation. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, folks. You cannot make this up. I yield. Let other folks talk. What's up, Dustin? How you doing, man? Dustin, if you're trying to talk, we're not getting any audio from you. Anyway, well, sorry for my tangent there, folks. That stuff just drives me at the freaking wall.
I have some Ukraine updates.
Oh yeah, what's going on in Ukraine?
Yeah, well, Russia's advancing, but they're losing a ton of tanks. They're just up and abandoning them a lot of times. They lost 6 T-80 BVMs. They're called one of their best tanks. They abandoned a couple of T-90s, even better tanks. So I don't know what's going on, but the conscripts in the Russian army aren't doing so well.
Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a freaking liar over here. Mark, you are now being a liar. Get back. You are not blocked, number one. So you can, and you're commenting in side chat. So obviously you're not blocked. I mean, dude, are you seriously having this many like intellectual issues right now? You're commenting in side chat, so you're not blocked. I didn't kick you out. I put you backstage. I was going to bring you back in. You're not blocked from the panel. You're welcome to come back in if you want to. So, link is pinned.
Yeah. I'd like to know what the Miller experiment is leading to.
From what I've heard, the assumptions they made with the Miller-Urey experiment for the early Earth were all wrong, and now they've changed their mind, because they had to have, a reductive atmosphere, and there was no
Right.
water whatsoever. So yeah, even the initial starting conditions for the experiment were wrong. So even if it worked great, it still wouldn't be relative to the origin of life, abiogenesis question.
Yeah. Well, that's what Miller did.
Guys have something to add about
Whoever
it.
said that it was supposed to explain
Or not.
evolution or abiogenesis, it was to produce amino acids, exactly what it did.
They were racemic and useless, Mark. They never folded into a protein.
They never intended to make it into a protein. So why
The
is it-
yields,
why is it
because
not
the
used for
because the
experiment?
yields were racemic. What's racemic mixtures, Mark?
Why would it have to
No, answer my question.
more than what it is?
No, answer my question. What's a racemic mixture? What does that mean in a amino acid yield?
You tell me.
No, you tell me.
I don't know. The urea
So how are you?
experiment isn't my thing. I'm just saying that it's interesting the way that it's progressed. That's all.
There is no progression. It hasn't made any progress.
They washed out the tubes and there is
Can
no
I just say
progression.
something quickly here? What they do is, before they do an experiment, they go and get these base chemicals. They put them together, and they make the chemicals that they say that they're looking for. They say, "Oh, look, we made these chemicals, but they make less than 1% of them,
Right.
and they're racemic, right? So they're non-homochiral, right?
They have to isolate them.
And
They have to isolate all.
on top of it, they're non-homochiral. So they go, okay, look, we prove we can make it. So now, then they go and buy it from somewhere who separates those chemicals out from nature, from natural molecules out from nature, right? Already made ones. And then they go put them into complex machines, which string them
Correct.
together.
Correct.
And then they claim that they made something, and they made nothing. They used a lab with intelligence. They used all this expensive equipment, and then and somehow that's indicative of what happens in nature. I mean, they're completely off their freaking heads. They can't even make homochiral molecules, even in tiny 1% percentage, in small percentages like 1%. Even it's all non-homochiral garbage that can't be used, and then they claim that they've made something, and then they run off and buy the chemicals that are separated out from nature, and then put them back together again in a different order and go, look, it's proof of evolution. They're insane.
Huh.
Using a machine.
It
Yes,
almost
using a
sounds
super
silly.
complex machine, mind you.
It almost sounds silly until you compare it to man being made out of dirt and then a woman coming from a rib, doesn't it?
No, that's
Okay,
what
and then
you actually believe RNA formed on dirt clay.
No,
You
I
believe
think they formed a,
You believe the first replicator formed on
What
dirt
are we
clay,
made out
Mark.
of? What are
no,
we all
I
made out of?
believe that
Atoms.
it formed on the lipids of clay. Yes.
And what are we all made out of? Atoms. Atoms are just little balls of electromagnetic energy, arranged, different types of electricity arranged in different ways.
And
So
vol
if
clay
you-
is not
if you had
found in
the
nature.
power-
What
If
was
you had
that?
the power to, huh?
Vol clay is not found out in nature. That's chemically stabilized and also bought from a chemical company.
Or just different electricities? Is that what you said?
What's an atom?
What's an atom? Made up of
Mhm.
protons, neutrons, and electrons with different
And
numbers.
what are
of each one.
protons,
Oh, you
neutrons,
don't
and
wanna
electrons?
hear- you don't
What
wanna-
are they? What are they? What are they?
What do you mean? What are
Energy,
they?
right? They're made of energy, right? They're energy, and they're
They're
held together by the strong nuclear force, right? They're little
So
balls
you're
of
saying the
energy
only
held
difference
together by a strong
between
nuclear
is
force.
the energy
Is there
that they
anything
hold? Is that what you're
tangible?
saying?
Is there any tangible matter in an atom, or is it just energy? Can you
Does it
prove
have
it either
weight?
way?
Does it have weight?
It's not the energy. Look, if you get energy in an atomic collider and you smash particles together, you can create other things out of that because you use pure energy to create stuff, to create something. Energy is the simple fact is atoms are just energy, and you can't define exactly what an atom is.
What
But
are
an
you
atom is
talking
basically
about?
what is holding the nucleus together, the strong nuclear force, as well as
The
holding
strong
everything else
force is
together.
holding it together.
Right? That's right, but it's
You do
holding
understand
it's
that
holding
unlike
magnetic
darkness,
energy
right?
together. It's holding
Pardon?
electricity together. Is the matter in
an atom tangible, or is it energy, or is it just electricity, sort of electrical type, electromagnetic type energy?
You do understand it's opposing charges, right?
Pardon?
You do understand that it's opposing charges.
Yes, but you just said it there. You said charges. So it's electricity.
Right.
So if let's put it this way. So basically, God obviously has control over the elements. The elements are just different types, basically just different types of electricity arranged in different ways to form different molecules.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Oh, so you can prove that there's tangible matter. So you can prove that there's tangible matter in an atom, can you? Have you got the paper that proves that there's tangible matter in an atom?
Yeah, it has weight, has mass.
Okay. So give me the paper that says that there's tangible matter, 100% guaranteed. They've worked this out. They've solved it for all time. That there's 100% of tangible matter in an atom. How do you know energy doesn't have weight? How do you know energy doesn't have weight?
How do you know
energy doesn't have weight?
Guys,
How would you expect
energy
to
is something,
around
right?
if it's not an electron? Do you have any clue what you're talking about?
But no, do you tell me what is an atom? What is an atom? What part of an atom is made of tangible matter that is not made of electromagnetic energy? What part of it? There's no way you can prove that. I know there isn't, and here we go again. You're just going to go off on something you don't understand and claim that I don't understand.
Quarks, bosons, you know nothing, do you?
Yes, I do, but they're energy. They're not matter. Prove to me that they're tangible matter, that they're made out of tangible matter. Prove it to me. Prove it to me that they're not just electromagnetic energy. Go on, prove it. You can't do it.
What's your definition of matter? What's your definition?
What is in the middle of an atom? Mostly just empty space with little balls of energy spinning around each other at the speed of light.
No, it's not. In the middle of an atom is protons and neutrons.
I said an atom is mostly empty space with little balls of energy whizzing around the nucleus.
Because this is stuff I happen to know about that you clearly know nothing about. So if there's
but no, you cannot prove. No, this is once again. See, this is where I understand where these people are coming from. You cannot prove there's tangible matter in an atom. You cannot do it. I know you can't. It's impossible. You also cannot prove that energy does not have weight. So you say, but there's weight there. But the simple fact is that it's electromagnetic energy. They don't fully understand what it is. So basically, everything is made up of different types of electrical energy. You may as well say that's all arranged and held together by some force that they don't understand. And somehow these little balls of electromagnetic energy all arrange into different ways to make different molecules. And there's different types of these. No. Good God.
So
just a pure atom, just an atom. So you can prove that an atom has tangible matter. So you can put in the side chat. Please put in the side chat. Please put in the side chat all your citations that prove that atoms have tangible matter in them. Please put it in there so I can go through it and point out how they say it's just how they'll admit all the way through from beginning to end how it's a hypothesis, how they have nothing set in stone. The way you talk, though, everything is set in stone. They don't know for sure, but you get on here like other YouTube atheists and talk like you know for 100% certain. It gets back to the molecule thing. It gets back to that where you say, mate, they don't create anything. They create you know what homochiral and non-homochiral means? I bet you don't even know what that means.
Why don't you just keep jumping all over the place? Let's go back to an atom here.
It's getting back to molecules forming to make other molecules. The molecules that you're talking about.
All right, real quick, Jason, real quick, time out. We'll come back to you guys in a second. Hefe just joined. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What are your thoughts on tonight's debate, and what's on your mind overall?
I really didn't get to see all the debate, but I just like talking to people in the chat, and I like this show. But definitely, I'm not a atoms and DNA guy, but definitely I'm learning. So I love the Bible. I think it's very accurate, and it knew a lot of things before science knew, and that's what I focus on. So I just want to say, hey.
And Mark, I got a quote from Harold Urey. Mark, he says that we all believe, as an article of faith, that life evolved from dead matter on this planet. So that's from Harold Urey.
Great.
Yeah. So he couldn't pull it off, and yeah.
All right, so it was 42 minutes and 17 seconds where you said that in our conversation in the after show of your own debate, where you said that we came from RNA to DNA. That was the catalyst.
Oh.
Yeah. You.
Your RNA world?
Whoa, what is that?
Somebody's dog.
Yeah, it's my puppy. Let me move.
No, I think is that Jason? Or is that your dog, Ray?
Oh, sorry, mate. Sorry, it's yeah. I forgot to hit. It's my dog dreaming. Sorry.
It's probably my dog barking at their dog.
So did I misunderstand your point then, that you're saying that RNA never became DNA, that they're two completely different starters? Is that what you're saying? Make me understand, because clearly I do not remember this being an issue where
we were discussing the foundational necessities of life.
Right.
And origination of genetic code and everything else. And you said, I quote, I would say that it started out RNA, went to DNA, and then yes, that is how life is put together. And there's going to be things that are going to be very similar across life forms. But then you're going to get no more I'm sure the script's saying there. Oh, then you start saying, I'm not letting you finish. So yeah. And then like 34 seconds later, I start telling you how the RNA world has been debunked, just like I did again tonight. But you're the one who stated, you're the one that stated we started out RNA and went to DNA. Yeah, from
that's
a
what we
root.
understand it as. So
I just wanted to read something from David Bergman. I just wanted to read something that David Bergman wrote. From David Bergman, which attempts to explain the observable properties of the electron, proton, and the neutron based purely on Maxwell and Faraday's equations, moving charges according to the electric theory of mass, ETM. All energy and matter can be explained in terms of circular rings of moving positive and negative charges. Right. So he postulates that there is no tangible matter.
What are you talking about?
That has not been disproven.
Read that again.
Look it up. I'll post it in the side chat. You can look it up yourself. There's a link there. No, there's a link there. There's a link there. I'll post it for everybody to look at. Everybody can look at this. It's easy.
Well,
it's the first part of the doc that I'm about to post, and it's in the first part of the doc that I'm about to post. Okay. So you can go down, you'll see, just go in, search David, that's it. It'll come straight up, David Bergman, and start reading from there. It'll say by David Bergman. It's not hard. And it's got links there, and it's got all other explanations there. So you go in and you have a look and you tell me that they're wrong. Okay.
So you're telling me that an atom has no matter.
These are your guys, mate. These are your evos.
No.
These are your blokes. These a lot of these people that believe in this theory are your people, mate.
No, actually, a lot of them are your people too. They're Christians. They just don't take it.
Yes, that's right. But there's a lot. Okay, all right. Okay.
They don't take it.
Well, you can give me a citation. You still haven't. Have you put a citation in the side chat yet? Showing that no, you haven't. There's no citation there. Could you put a citation in the side chat showing that there's tangible matter, that they've proved 100% that there's tangible matter in an atom?
What's this 100% crap that you keep coming up with?
Because you just said yes, there is. No, you just basically said 100% there is. You said yes, there is matter. Yes, you said there is because there's mass. You said because there's mass. And I said energy could have mass. And then now you're saying no, but no, you basically see this is what he does. You're right,
energy
John.
Does not
he just
have
jumps.
Mass. What are you talking about? Energy is a differential.
You're right. This guy has memory problems. He has. I have memory problems, but this guy's memory is terrible.
Wow, it's a differential, clown. Before you make fun of my memory.
Are you kidding me?
Just like waves go racing across the ocean at 900 miles an hour, I heard today. And then someone brings up, well, what about currents? What do currents have to do with waves? Has anyone looked that up yet to see what a wave is? A wave is energy. It's not the movement of water.
This guy just goes off on. This guy's an idiot.
No, you are.
No, Mark, no. Mark suffers from AHLD, which is atheist hyper literalist disorder.
Right.
And the
if it
conceptual,
doesn't agree with you, it's wrong.
No, no. Okay. Now, Mark, you're showing that you also suffer from AFLPC, which is the Atheist Fantasyland Projection Complex,
right?
Where what you are doing is projected onto the other person. It's extraordinarily fascinating. I try not to. I try to operate from Mark. I try to operate from how I end my streams, which is the difference between confidence and arrogance, being able to back up your BS. And just case in point, earlier in this stream, you insisted dogmatically that you and I had not talked other than last night.
Going back to the same shit, don't you?
Yeah, because because in real time I'm getting to prove my freaking point. Yeah, Mark. I back up my position in real freaking time, bro. And I usually don't. I try really hard to not make assertions that I'm not really confident I can back up, because I don't want to be in the position where it's like somebody can read a freaking transcript that directly contradicts the dogmatic position that I took 30 minutes ago, and be like, and then you continue to assert, even though after it's just like last night, man. It's just like last night we were reading the Kunin paper twice, right? And you dogmatically claimed that what we had just read wasn't what it actually said. When everyone else on the panel and the majority of people in the side chat were like, yeah, that's pretty obvious what it says. And then you claimed it didn't say that.
No, I said.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Mark. Okay, we're gonna move. Okay, what's up, Wesley? Congratulations on getting an apartment, man. I'm really happy for you. And
thanks.
Get life in order.
Talk about apartments. Enjoy.
It's good to hear. Thanks.
Oh, Mark. Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. A gentleman who was homeless and has now been able to get an apartment. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I just finished spending a little bit more than a year being homeless, living in a tent next to the Ohio River under the Ironton Bridge. So,
well, very happy that glad you were able to get a place, Wes. That's
got a real nice place, very inexpensive, everything new, clean, just the right size for somebody of my age and position. So
that's awesome.
Not too much, not too little.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that, and I'm very entertained by the fact that Mark is butthurt by the fact that I was congratulating somebody who's been homeless for over a year, made it through the winter, and has finally gotten an apartment. Mark, I'm sorry if that insults you. I thought you claimed to be a much more feeling and person who wants to help others who are downtrodden, but I guess your ego is so fragile, along with the lacking of your memory is it's very tragic. And hopefully Mark, you won't end up having to overcome what Wesley overcame, given the fact that as your memory continues to degrade, you might find yourself in a weird spot. But hopefully that won't happen. And Hurricane Havoc has a great site. I'd forgotten about this one. Yes, the Droid C, which is the desperate rejection of intelligent design condition, which I think that Mark may be suffering from all three of those. And when you have AFLPC, AHLD, and Droid C, it can be a very, very devastating collection of conditions in relation to your critical thinking skills. One of the major side effects of all of those conditions is that your critical thinking skills just implode, and it makes it very difficult to comprehend basic common sense. But and oh man, Bubblegum is even talking some trash right now. It's not good. But anyway, okay, let's get back to the conversation, guys.
Bubble is funny. I like Bubble.
Yeah, Bubblegum's been getting much. He's a character. Bubblegum's a character, and I have to forgive him though not forgive him, but I'm gonna not mess with him as much about the $100 to get string from Mount Everest to Los Angeles. I'm gonna let that one slide, and I'm not gonna bust him because he's been being much more reasonable this past couple weeks. So anyway, so Ray,
no, Mark, just quickly, Mark took off because I put that doc up, and he didn't want to get into because he didn't have a clue about atoms and all this stuff. Like, he always pretends to know everything about everything, and then as soon as you start talking about it, he's the world's greatest expert. Then he said that there is mass in atoms and it's been proven, and he's then later on, not long, he says, what are you talking about? Mass in atoms? What are you talking about, mass in atoms? I mean, it's like, oh man, don't you remember you just said minutes ago that? Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that guy, John. That's
well, like I said in my rant, it's why I get so aggressive with YouTubers. It's like, you want to talk a big game and you want to project out your own weak positions and then act like I'm the one, or people in our folks on our side, or people that oppose their positions are the ones that are somehow ignorant, have no foundation to their argument, didn't make an argument, or are misrepresenting things. And it's like, you play ridiculous semantic games all over the place and then act like you never took a position and then dogmatically claim that I'm the one that's misremembering something. Like, and then we prove that you're the one that's misrepresenting or misremembering, and then you're going to claim that again, you're going to double down on the fact that I'm misrepresenting after we've already proven beyond all doubt that you're the one that's misrepresenting. I mean, like, hello folks, I know that that's the leftist position from a political perspective for brainwashing the masses, but I hate to break it to you, I never took the blue pill and therefore didn't even need to take the red pill, but I would happily down red pills if need be. But I'm sorry, I have not suspended my critical thinking skills.
I take lots of pills.
Well, Jackson, that's because you are a salamander trafficker.
A dangerous salamander trafficker. That's it.
So, Ray, given your background, what are your thoughts when you hear things like, Miller-Urey experiments being tossed around, and wannabe Dave saying that, hey, we built a machine to synthesize DNA, therefore it's not that big a deal to make it chemically? What are your thoughts, given your background, when you hear people make those kind of points?
Oh, yeah, I was remembering Dave saying that, well, these small tidal pools are just like a chemist's flask. It's like, yeah, except for it's not. It's just, well, matter just doesn't have, a lot of these people seem to think matter, these atoms and molecules actually have an intent, to form life under no matter what. But it's the side reactions and stuff that just don't make any sense. It's like, I guess it was a little while ago, you're having a stream and you were saying, well, there's trillions of ways to combine these things. Like, well, how do they compute those odds? And it's really not that tough if the chemistry of the thing. You look at the hydroxyl groups on the glucose, and there's 4 of them, and anyways, you can figure out how many different ways they can combine, how many side reactions there are, and you can just calculate from there. Usually it's nowhere near that complicated, because nobody would even try to use try to synthesize something from the basic raw materials, because you just get too many side reactions. You don't even want one side reaction, let alone a couple trillion others compared to your target molecule. So yeah, it's just they just want way too much from matter. They're just atoms. They're just going to do what they do, or in the case of molecules, and they'll combine in all kinds of different ways.
What kind of noise was that? That was weird.
But we've got design sequencing machines that can solve that problem. So there you go. Checkmate, creationist.
Oh, yes. All these different steps you read about where they cool things up, heat them up, vacuum, argon purges, sealing stuff in vials and freezing them. And yeah, it's great as far as a lab goes. It's some really amazing work. But as far as the early Earth, How in the world are all
Joe,
these coincidences going to happen?
it's not.
Exactly. It's just not. There's just way too many side reactions, and like in that Miller-Urey experiment, all you get is a goo, a tar, and it's not going to form a protein. And in addition to the lack of one was it I'm forgetting my terms. I never had to really work with stereochemistry, but I learned about it in school. You get these mixtures, racemic mixtures of these atoms. Not only did they make the amino acids, but it made other amino acids, because pretty much anything with a basic amino and then a carboxyl group bonded to a carbon, and then there's a side chain. If you stretch the definition of an amino acid, I mean, there's trillions of amino acids. And so how did we just end up with those 20? Why did just those 20 combine and all the other amino acids that are not biologically relevant, also combine? Even not that it formed a protein at all, but, you got some of these contaminants.
All the early Earth needed was some design pipettes, Roy, and then you isolate all the left-handed ones, and then you get a pre-planned template, and then there you go.
Oh yes, like Dave saying, a slight excess of like arginine or whatever, and it resolves itself. All you need then is some sort of natural filtration. And it's like, well, it's a 700% excess, and where would this come from? And where's this natural filtration he's talking about? Yeah, and it's just it's hard to even come up with something.
Could you
Can you say it in Chinese?
Can you explain about filtration a little more so people can understand? Because I sort of basically understand it, but don't fully understand it. But people don't understand just how improbable it is. Having to filtrate things down and concentrate things down, how hard and improbable it is.
Well, a lot of times you'll get like a precipitant or whatever, and you can just take it and put it through filters. They make filter papers. Usually they're made out of glass, or some of them are made out of paper, so you can ash it afterwards. You get your product and you pour it into a filter flask, and then you rinse it all down and dry it out, and there you've got your product. But that's a lot to ask from the early Earth.
And you can chemically filter things out too, like finings with beer. Like you put something in, and then it chemically filters down and takes all the real fine stuff out of the beer to make it clearer. It puts a chemical net that falls down through the beer and drags all the little particles out and stuff like that. I mean, but the simple fact is that for these things to happen in nature at exactly the right times, and to have full homochiral, non-homochiral molecules there is impossible. It's if you just have one tiny little thing out of place, the whole thing just falls apart. Like if you put a protein together and there's one right-handed amino acid in that entire, say, 400 amino acid chain, the whole thing will just fall apart. Just one tiny mistake. So, I mean, then you got to form the proteins, and you got to get all the proteins together to form other things, and you got to get the machines to make the proteins, and it's just the complexity of it to try and make it and imagine how it could possibly be made from the early Earth is insane. This is why they have to always go back to nature to separate out the molecules, because they cannot make in the lab homochiral molecules in high enough concentrations to make it meaningful. And even if they did make it homochiral molecules perfectly in the lab in higher concentrations to make it meaningful, it would be a waste of time, because it was done in a lab, and it wasn't done under a rock or in a tidal pool or at a volcanic vent. And then you've got all these different areas. You've got some areas need this type of environment. Another area needs a puddle environment in a dark cave. Another area needs a volcanic vent. Another area needs this. So then you've got to get all of these different areas with all these different molecules together somehow, and then they've got to mix in exactly the right quantities and join together. And it's the chances of it happening are so slim. It's scary. once you get to 50,000, the maximum law of probability is 10 to the power of 50. Once you go over that, that's it. You cannot, it's considered impossible. So you are getting into like 10 to the power of 40,000 type realm here. And that's well above 10 to the power of 50. And it's just, I know that, anyway, you know what I'm saying. I won't go on. Shut up. I'm sorry. I took up a lot of time.
Hey, guys,
I apologize.
I have something to add just briefly about it. Ignore my bandana. It's actually serious. Titan, on Titan, amino acids form naturally all the time. So,
but they don't have any evidence of that.
Well, sure they do.
Well, I mean, okay, an amino acid is just a molecule. Amino acids.
Well, sure, yeah.
It's like if there was amino acids forming on Titan, if there was liquid water underneath it, it wouldn't really be that big a surprise. But I mean, where do they get? Have they got like samples from Titan?
I think UV spectrometer and cosmic dust analyzer on Cassini probe detected them. I'm not sure the exact.
I remember something about that, and I remember something about that they discovered later on that it was contamination. Yes, I do remember something about that, and that's happened a lot actually. That's happened quite a bit. There was some meteors that they found on Earth that they thought were fossilized microbes that were contamination.
Right.
There was all sorts of stuff, and I think that particular one that you're talking about from memory, I'll have to look that up because I want to know that for myself too.
But they're forming on Enceladus also.
All right, real quick, guys. So TJ has joined us, and Mark is back, and Christopher's been quiet for a while, and Wesley hasn't going to talk much. So TJ, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What are your? I don't know if you saw the debate. If so, what are your thoughts? If not, what's on your mind?
Hey, OPP, what's going on? Yeah,
Hey,
I saw the
TJ.
debate. Another slap by the old Hoven as usual. But I guess as far what's going on, man. Well, nah, I guess you know what? I feel like you might be able to find some evolution, right? So check this out, right? All right, so you know how we kind of look like monkeys? And you know how back in the day they used to like chop off the heads of African tribes to try to compare them for like evolution. What is that we can pull are like the less evolved versions of everybody else. So you know, there you go. There's your proof for evolution. You know, we look the most like monkeys, therefore we are the least evolved. Therefore, evolution is true. What y'all think?
You're breaking up a
That's
bit.
kind of racist.
Yeah, but see, it's okay.
Sounds like some compelling stuff, huh? I feel like
Darwin was racist. Attack.
You said what?
Well,
Darwin was racist. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah.
Well, true, but
So was everybody back then.
Because TJ has African ancestors, he can't be accused.
I'm black, by the way, so it's fine.
So there is no like his ancestors are the original out of Africa lineage. So anybody who isn't also of African ancestry from a melanin in the skin perspective, amount of melanin in the skin perspective, you are racist if you question what TJ said. So that's how it works in the modern era. Okay, so
that's it.
The content of the character, the substance of the position.
If you don't agree with evolution, you're racist.
Oh, and the Australian Prime Minister, you know what he said on national television? You've got to believe all women. Do you know Doug's got like 80 ex-girlfriends on his Facebook timeline? They all burst out laughing. They said like they were all laughing, like, "Oh yeah, no, we got to believe us. No, we never tell any lies." You know what I mean? Like, what an idiot! I mean, I'm sorry, I just had to throw that in.
Believe women.
Super chat from Alec.
All women. All women.
super chat from Alec Cox. Appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. He says, I love these dumpster fires, mostly caused by those who won't answer the question truthfully and dick dive and dodge. God bless you for this. They are willingly ignorant. Yes, that is a true statement.
I'd like to know why every YouTube atheist always brings up Miller-Urey, amino acids. I mean, has any of this research gone past amino acids? I mean,
it really
that's why
doesn't
they
have to.
ditched the protein world. Then they went to DNA
It's the only
world.
thing they got. It's the only firepower they got. That's why they bring it up.
yeah, over and
Of course,
over. This
RNA
is all
world's
we've been
got
hearing.
problems. One
Well,
of the
they have
things
so many talking points, and ultimately it's just a shell game. As soon as they can hold their poker face for a while, and when at the moment that they have to drop it, they rely on some other entire field of research. So it's like goalpost shifting.
You just don't understand evolution.
I know. I'm
Or
trying to get
empire.
there, though. I need like years of school and education and development to be taught that I came from a rock, but I'm trying to get there.
I notice how
Oh,
a lot
no,
of these
a
YouTube
chemical
atheists
soup.
don't even try to attack it from the philosophical side.
Yeah, I don't tackle philosophical crap.
What does philosophy has to do with science?
I love philosophy, but it's not science.
Isn't science just natural philosophy?
Isn't science
Yeah,
just
natural philosophers is what they used to call scientists.
So you're going to compare what we call philosophy now in 2022 compared to what we used to call it 100 years ago? So it must be right?
Mark, are you suggesting that all scientists don't have foundational presuppositional axioms that they?
Well, everything starts from a philosophy, but then it becomes science after that. It starts out as an idea.
Yeah, so abiogenesis is right? Even though you don't have any real examples.
Right, and the thing that starts out as the idea for the foundational positions, are you suggesting that they are all 100% grounded in science, or there's a philosophical assumptions?
No, they're philosophical assumptions. Almost every scientific discipline starts out with a philosophy.
Okay, then why did you start this off with what does philosophy have to do with science?
Because of the comment that he made. That it's just
hey guys, I have something to add.
Philosophy morphizes into
what
science,
comment did I
and
make?
then we figure it out.
Hey guys, why are the first microfossils associated with hydrothermal vents?
But it starts out as philosophy, though.
Oh, part of the reason why is they had to find some way for things to metabolize, and without the enzymes, you'd need heat. But then on the other side, RNA world says, well, maybe life started where it's really cold because RNA suffers, degrades rather rapidly, and so the cold temperature would keep it keep it around for a little while longer.
It's highly unstable RNA. But they got big problems. They got big problems even in the lab with RNA. Never mind out in nature somewhere.
But Ray,
yeah, I'm not arguing for an RNA.
Ray, did you not get the memo? Did you not get the memo that somehow there was a cellular membrane that formed and protected, and it altered the chemical environment enough that the things that are not remotely plausible chemically suddenly magically became plausible?
Yes,
even though that wall was not there, somehow before the wall was there, it happened to build the wall.
It makes sense.
And now it was just so happened that the RNA, the RNA molecules were somehow magically inside of this new little bubble that formed. How that happened, we don't know. The ridiculous improbability, no big the still not that long shelf life for this to be around to replicate. Well, we don't know how that could happen either, but hey, that seems reasonable. But
so maybe God made the first cells.
What's up, Danny? How are you, my friend? The minute that the word philosophy was mentioned, Danny magically appeared inside chat, and then he teleported into the panel. What's up, Danny?
Well, I was in a very deep sleep, and then I heard philosophy, and here I am. Just kidding.
Deep sleep where you were forced to think, I shall turn and toss you violently like a ball. Those were not your thoughts, but you were manipulated.
Hey, my audio getting kind of.
You didn't really miss anything.
October 10, 2005.
Mark, why do you come in here and get like, what do y'all want to call it? It's not bullying exactly. I wouldn't call it that. What is going on between y'all and Mark?
Hey, my mic messing up. I think I got to join back on my computer. I'll be back.
Because Mark just cannot ever find a position and hold to it. He keeps on chopping and changing. Like first he was trying to tell me that there is 10. Huh?
I can't make my point. You just keep talking over me and coming
Okay,
up
all
with
right.
these with
Okay,
these
well,
things.
okay, make
you're doing
your
it
point
again,
about.
so I can't even explain myself. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, make your point. Make a point, and then we'll talk about that point. We stick to one point.
We've talked.
I mean,
about
like,
many,
we can go off on tangents, but yeah, sorry, mate. Sorry, I apologize.
We've talked.
Mark, why do you come in here? Are you entertained? Do you have fun when you have these discussions? I'm not saying you shouldn't be here. I'm just curious.
Because somebody's got to defend this, where you just keep jumping on these talking points that you guys love, and you find these papers that so-and-so says this, even though 10,000 other people are against it.
You're like a crusader, you're on a mission, that kind of thing.
I can't talk. I see. I'm not allowed
That's why
to
I have
talk.
my bandana on. I'm a crusader.
Come on, Mark. Go on, talk.
Did you not say that we would structure this, that we could just talk for a little bit and then sit and listen like I've been doing since I came back on?
So, Mark, the person you're now whining about talking over you is a fellow atheist. So
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you now. Mark, do you want to do if it's gonna make if you're so butthurt, okay? If you want to talk, raise your hand. I'll get the 1 minute clock, and then we can do 1 minute uninterrupted discussions.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mark. Mark, I didn't even mean to interrupt you. Go ahead and finish.
5 minutes. No, what I'm saying is I've brought up a lot of points, and every time I bring up a point that they don't agree with, they go jumping off somewhere else. Somebody yesterday said that waves are water moving across the ocean. I said, no, they're not. And then they bring up currents. Well, currents aren't a wave. So that was one point. And then another point tonight, we're talking about atoms. Oh, atoms have no matter. And then go flying off to, well, do you know what peptides are? No, I don't care what peptides are. Of course I know what they are. We're talking, we're going to talk over me again. So then we give up on the atom thing. Yesterday, we had a guy that I was trying to explain to him the difference between something that like glass that you can see through, that we can actually see through. Light can travel through it. What's the difference between a piece of glass 2 inches thick and a piece of aluminum foil? Just went flying off on another tangent. Well, you said you don't believe in the multiverse. No, we're all over the place. And after we're done talking, no one gets anywhere.
Mark, you're the one that constantly dismissed things, Mark. You brought up the amino acids, which you know nothing about. You said the Miller experiment has made such massive progress. Okay.
When did I say massive?
What progress has been accumulating for over 70 years? What progress has been accumulating for over 70 years?
Yeah, and I read a paper about it. Okay, can I talk? And I read a paper about it about a year ago, and it was kind of interesting the way that they kept it going and they've let it kind of continue on. I never said it was going to, and then you turn it into, well, it never made molecules, it never made this and that. It was never intended to make them. It was just interesting.
So then it's totally irrelevant. Okay, great. So then it's totally irrelevant, and it hasn't really led to much.
Well, the space shuttle was irrelevant when it comes to boats, but it wasn't designed to be a boat.
Well, now you're you just jumped off topic. You're doing what you accuse us of.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that the Urey experiment was designed to make amino acids. It did. Period. Done. What's it have to do with moving forward? I'm not saying that it proves evolution. I said it was interesting.
Evolution? That's abiogenesis. And rocket engineering has made massive progress. I don't know what boats have to do with it, but
getting amino acids is like getting a boat.
80 years.
that the shuttle was not designed to be a boat. You didn't understand that I'm comparing that to the Yuri experiment.
You're accusing us of jumping on different topics. No, well, I don't even think you know what a racemic mixture is or an amino acid, but
I don't know what. Okay, whatever. So
I don't think you do.
Any of the topics that prove that you guys just when it
Mark, what is a protein? Mark, what's a protein?
So yesterday we were talking about how all of the stuff on the bottom of the ocean was covered up by these 900-mile-an-hour movements of water. Can somebody please explain that to me? Because I'd like to get something out of these talks too.
Knowing how bad your memory is.
Let me finish, please.
How bad your memory is. 900 miles. Is that true? I mean, did someone really say that? Who said that?
Yeah, it was said tonight several times on the chat that it's 900 miles an hour.
By who?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't take a screenshot of it. Go back and watch the debate. I was going on about it then.
Okay. Sorry.
And yesterday, somebody was trying to tell me that they move at the water is moving at the speed of sound. So somebody, please just defend any one of these things instead of running off and going, do you know what an amino acid is? No, answer any one of these physics questions to prove that you even know the basics about science.
Mark, you don't even know your own hypothesis of abiogenesis.
So back to the wave moving across the ocean. Somebody here, please explain it, that calls themselves a Christian, because that is Kent's big thing, that the water rushed around the earth at the speed of sound. Explain it.
I can address
it. Water's moving.
Sure, Jesus, show everybody on earth in a vision how the flood in the days of Noah's Ark happened, and show it to them 3 times in the next 10 minutes, please. You're going to see. Hi.
I'm here.
Well, I don't see what waves have to do with anything.
You want, Wesley?
How can you see 40 days of time in an instant? Your mind is capable of doing that. But
40
like
days, would you say? 40.
Too many people
The flood went for a year, Wesley. The flood went, I think it was over a year, wasn't it? The flood itself went actually for over 1 year, just over a year or something like that.
So can I just explain my point in 15 seconds? Can I have 15 seconds? One of Kent's biggest arguments against me was saying I don't know where all this new material comes from, and if the Earth was covered in water, circling the Earth at almost the speed of sound, we can easily explain how all of this sand was made, how all the mud was made, how everything was laid down, the turbidity currents or whatever he calls them. And I said, no, Kent, no, water does not move. It's energy on the top of water. And then he brings up when the energy breaks on shore. So this is just a way of talking about things that were brought up. And that's all I wanted to do was go over one little part of it at a time of what I disagreed with.
Well, water doesn't move at the speed of sound.
Okay, the turbidity current Ken is talking about, there was one current that moved. They had a mudslide off the Californian coast on the continental shelf. And as this mudslide went, it was breaking cables. So they knew exactly how fast it was moving and around about how high it was from the deposit. So that they worked out that it was moving at 100 miles an hour. This wall of mud, like 100 meters or whatever high it was massive, moving at 100 miles an hour underwater. And they knew exactly that it was. But then, and can you imagine anything in that path of that thing would just get instantly covered and buried and just boom, fossilized?
Okay, can I make a comment? So mud has a higher specific gravity than water. Mud and rocks can make their way through water. Water cannot push water out of its way. It has the exact same specific gravity. It's just like when you're hearing a noise from a speaker.
No, depending on temperature.
Hold on, please. We're not going to go that. We're not going to that.
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong. Water doesn't have the exact same specific gravity, except for if it's exactly the same temperature.
What does that have to do with my point? You're just cutting me off. So
because you're wrong.
No, I'm right. Waves do not move from the middle of the ocean across the ocean in tides. It is energy on the surface
Have you
of
ever heard of
the ocean.
like plate shifting and tectonic
It
plate shifting
doesn't
under the
move
ocean?
water. If a plate shifts on the east coast of America, it does not push the water from America over to Japan. It's the energy
that's
that
right.
is transmitted.
That's right.
Okay,
What I
I
heard
am
right
right.
think
Show everybody how you walk on
when
water.
it washes up on the land, it brings with it a lot of mud and debris and also covering over things and stuff like that. So, but then it goes back out again, and we see this with tidal waves, and they go back out again, and then another one will happen, and then it'll come back in again and leave another layer, and so on and so on, and we've seen that many times since then.
Absolutely.
We've seen
on the shore where the energy breaks. His point was this happens throughout the ocean, and he tried to tell me
but we have mudslides today under the ocean.
Sound.
What? At the speed of sound? Who said? Someone said that in the chat, and all of a sudden that's a talking point that you're going to bring up to prove that we're all wrong.
I think
the water moved at 900 miles an hour. I don't understand under what context that he said that, so I can't even really sort of like comment on it.
Because he thinks that the moon pulls the water up, and because the Earth, where he is, spins at 1,037 miles an hour, that's how fast that wave is moving across. A wave can move at any speed. That is not the water moving. That was my only point.
Yeah, I know. But I think like it's I don't understand. That sounds like getting into like I'm having an
I
argument.
don't see what it has to do with Abiogenesis or anything.
That's like having an argument with a flat earther or something.
No, his point. So I said to him, he said, well, the whole Earth was only completely covered for a short amount of time. And I said, so you have an ark sitting in an ocean with water currents moving around at the speed of sound, and you don't see a problem with an unpowered ship floating around on an ocean?
You can have different speed currents. Like you've got today, you have currents out in the ocean where on top of the ocean it can be completely still, and then you go down 100 meters and there's a current running one way, and then you go down another few hundred meters, there's a current running another way, and stuff like that. You can have that today. So what's your point?
Currents are not waves. There are no waves working their way across the ocean at the speed of sound, breaking on shore.
But Kent might have been talking about turbidity currents.
Pardon?
Kent might have been talking about turbidity currents.
But what does that have to do with the Earth spinning and their mountaintops?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were getting back to the flood. Sorry, that's right. We're talking about flat Earth. I don't get it. It feels like a debate with a flat earther. It just feels like. I'm not saying it is, but it just feels
Kent
like
is.
that.
Kent
no,
is
he's
like,
not.
Mike working here.
Yeah, it is.
No, he's not. He believes that the Earth is round and it's a ball hanging on nothing in space.
No, Kent believes in a spherical Earth. Absolutely, he does. But what I'm saying is, when you have water moving around at the speed of sound, being pulled by the moon, you cannot have an ark sitting in an ocean with mountaintops sitting up with an unpowered. The boat didn't even have a sail. Like, could you imagine even hitting a rock cliff at 20 miles an hour in a wooden boat? A boat
Wait, hold on.
But under the water could have been going fast. It could have been turbidity currents like mudslides and stuff under the water, not affecting the surface.
No,
I mean,
he said
if
it's
it was
tides.
Yeah, but there could have been tides in some parts of the Earth. The Earth's a very big place. I mean, God can speak everything into existence. I'm sure He could keep the boat in a part of the, like a calm area, a calm sort of eddy sort of area where it's calmed down. And who knows, mate? It's like there's a million different explanations for that. But
I understand you want to switch it to God did it, and that's fine. Just say that. But for Kent to sit there,
okay, gentlemen, we're gonna drop this topic because this is going absolutely
also
it always and with Mark it always ends with you're just saying that God did it, and it's not the case.
No.
The ark was meant to.
Yeah, but I got no problem saying that God did it because they say nothing did it, or matter and energy is eternal from everlasting to everlasting. I mean, then they say God is insane. You know, like God being from everlasting to everlasting is insane. This is where this guy's coming from. I mean, they go, okay, but no, okay, well, so you believe that it's possible that there is a God then?
Absolutely.
Yes, Jesus. Would you show everybody how you appeared to me at Wrigley Field at Yahtzee's Beer Pub wearing a Beatles wig? He's very funny, actually.
I've never said that I don't believe
It
that there
says
could
my
be a
mic
God.
ain't working.
I've said I don't believe in your Bible, and I don't believe in the flood, and I don't believe that the earth's 6,000 years old, but I've never said that I don't believe that there couldn't be a higher power. I even admitted it at the beginning of my talk after Kent. I said that if you won't go and sleep in a morgue, then you are spiritual. You believe that there's something out there that might be able to get you. Well, if you believe in, and I even brought up Aaron Raw, that I don't agree with his aligning himself with this Satan stuff, because if you believe in a Satan, then you can believe in a God. What's the difference? If you believe in ghosts, what's the difference between a ghost and a God? And I've already told you I wouldn't go sleep in a morgue.
You said you do and you don't. So you're extremely agnostic, in other words.
This is my haunted banana.
Yeah, that's it. Hominid. Yeah. Yes. So how are hominid bones? How are hominid bones in the ground for 250,000 years and are yet 70%? 70% of hominid bones that they find are unfossilized. I just want to know how something stays in the bone, in the ground, just regular old bone, not getting permineralized and can last, you know, tens of thousands and sometimes hundreds of thousands of years. It's just crazy.
What's bone made of?
Well, no, the problem is that if you look up bone will break apart and break down into dust without being permineralized in some sort of solution or whatever, like you know, silicas and stuff like that. It'll break down and break up into dust within 100 years. And yet you've got and you've got unpermineralized bone lying in the ground for tens of thousands minimum, because your last Neanderthal was tens of thousands of years ago, and that lived. And up to 200 and something thousand to 400,000, I think, even. So you got bone lying in the ground that normally breaks up under normal conditions or just break up into dust within 100 years unless it's being permineralized, and yet it's lasting tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Woo! I mean, you know, that's amazing.
So what are you asking? How bone can last over 100 years?
No, I'm not over 100 years. I'm asking how it can last 200,000 years.
Thousands of years, but you'll accept that there's soft tissue in a dino bone.
Yes, but if bone turns to dust in just okay, let's give it 1,000 years. If it's it dries, even in a dry desert, it'll dry, crack up eventually, and break apart. It won't last even 1,000 years. And
So
yet
I
you've
would
got
say-
bones that are like sitting in the ground that are unpermineralized, not being permineralized, which would hold them together or keep them in place, and they're still bone.
So I would say to you that a bone would break
I'm
down
not familiar with
especially fast in a desert, and where it wouldn't break down fast is in a place where there's no oxygen.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know, you're telling me that you got like all of this Neanderthal bones and they all just got into these perfect places with no oxygen where they lasted, you know, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years without breaking down. But bone just wouldn't do that because, I mean, like it'd have to be stuck in clay or something with minerals in the clay already. I mean, it'd permineralize just from being in a non-oxygenated environment. I mean, it would be around minerals to do that, to have to cut it off from the thing. So how, mate? How does it stay bone and not turn to fossil and stay bone for hundreds of thousands of years? See, that's a massive problem for you. And it is a massive problem for evolutionists.
So I heard someone else wanting to talk. Does someone else want to talk, or can I take that?
Before you do,
Jackson,
I don't want to exit rudely. I'll come and visit every one of you someday soon. I wish you and hope for you the best. And please stay as healthy as you can. And we'll talk. So I'm going to say goodnight for now. And thanks for letting me on.
You're welcome. Good night, Wesley. Congratulations on your new place, and I hope you stay healthy and with a home.
Good night, bro. Congratulations, Wesley, and enjoy it, mate.
Good night. See you soon.
Night, mate. Night.
See you, Wesley.
Good night.
All right, Jackson has hand raised. What's up, man?
Yeah,
I know that once all the
say-
fossil conversation started, Jackson was
Yeah.
triggered. So go
I'm
ahead.
not sure where you're getting the number of, what did you say, 70% of them are unfossilized?
Yeah, there's something like 70% off. I think it's, I'm pretty sure. I've got a guy that studies in the field. He's a dentist, and he's and he's a geologist also, and he's gone out there and he's like out in the field studying these things, and he's seen it with his own eyes, and he goes into museums and sees these bones, and that's coming from him. I mean, I can give you the video and you can watch what he says. And it's only a short one. It's about 15 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know about Neanderthals, but I know from like Homo erectus down, so to speak. I mean, I know you guys don't believe they're in the time thing, but Homo erectus down, they're all fossils. They aren't bones.
No, that's about what I'm sure Denisovan, I'm pretty sure he was talking, but I know Neanderthal for certain.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what it is.
About those either, but I know from Homo erectus and like Australopithecines, they're all fossilized.
I've got the video on my channel, but I'll show it to you. But
okay,
but
I'll look at it.
that he's a dentist. He specializes in that sort of thing. And so he says that basically most of them, like 70% of them, are unfossilized. And I know that the last Neanderthal was supposed to have lived like 40,000 years ago or something, or 50 or whatever it is,
something like that.
And that's a long time ago, man. That's a long time for bone not to break down into dust. And if it was in a non-oxygenated environment, it'd be packed into some sort of minerals, which would permineralize it. And you know what I mean? So it's just it's hard to imagine how it would last that long. That's all. That is a problem.
Yeah, send me that video link. You have my WhatsApp.
Okay, I'll go
number,
find it now.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Can I ask a question after him?
If I can just ask a quick question, then I'll be quiet. It'll be like a 10-second question. Does it not bother you guys at all that we've never found a soft tissue dinosaur, anything with skin on it? Nothing, like nothing at all. And yet Kent tries to say that they all went on the Ark 4,000 years ago. Should we not find at least some tissue? Should we not find Neanderthals with at least some tissue on them?
Yeah.
We have
I'll
dinosaurs.
give you I'll give you some with 170.
I have found some soft tissue. Yeah.
Citations.
No,
I've got 170 citations.
No,
peer-reviewed published ones.
Published. Okay. Hang on, Jason, calm down, Jason. So Jackson, did you just say that? Yes, they have.
They have in small amounts. Yeah.
Okay. So Mark, Mark, what's your response to your fellow atheist?
My response to my fellow atheists is that one or two examples of something that looks like tissue inside of bones that they cannot get DNA out of. Somebody told me they got DNA. I looked it up. They have
I don't
not
think it's DNA, but it is soft tissue.
They don't have the technology yet to get the DNA out of it.
Okay. So let me get this straight. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have
the reason.
So silence everyone. Silence everyone. Okay, what we have right here, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what I have been calling Mark out for in this entire stream, which is pivot every single time. And he said, why have we not found any soft tissue? Dinosaurs were on the Ark 4,000 years ago. We should have found skin and soft tissue. We haven't found any. And then when Jackson says, no, we have found some, what's the parry? What's the immediate spin mechanism? Even though the position he has just adamantly claimed has been debunked, he then immediately pivots and says, "Oh well, we don't have the technology to get the DNA, therefore it's not soft tissue." That is like, Mark.
Is that what I did?
Yes, that's literally what you just did.
Do you think I don't know about Mary Schweitzer finding soft tissue?
Everybody in the panel. Did I misrepresent what the position that Mark took? Anybody?
You think your echo chamber is going to?
That's what you said, man.
Is anybody want to call me out right now and say that I misrepresented Mark in any way, any shape, form, or fashion?
Yeah, you're a cisgender white male. You're not allowed to.
Before I could even finish what I was trying to say. So, anyways, does it not bother anyone that we've never
Okay, so anyway, as he's trying to pivot again, I want anybody on the panel, I'll give you 15 seconds of silence. Anybody on the panel want to call me out for misrepresenting Mark? Did I in any way, shape, form, or fashion misrepresent the position that Mark took? Anyone?
No, you didn't. But I will say they've never found like a fully unfossilized dinosaur bone. They found some soft tissue.
Well, but that wasn't the position that was taken.
I'm just saying.
I'm specifically talking about the position that was taken by Mark and my representation of it. So, okay, cool. Congratulations, Mark. I didn't misrepresent you. So what is your position? Do you retract your position that they have never found any soft tissue ever?
No, not at all. Because, and I know you're just going to talk over me, because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about why do they not find dinos, just like I brought up woolly mammoths. Why do we not find any dinos with any soft tissue on their bones or on them? Why don't we find complete bodies? We've never, ever found one that's not completely fossilized, except for these few bones that Mary Schweitzer found. And then they found a couple more in China. Why do we never find them? But we find ancient alligators. We find woolly mammoths. We find saber-toothed tigers. Down in the tar pits, we're pulling stuff out of there that's tens of thousands of years old. But we've never found a dino with any skin on it whatsoever. Why is that?
Oh, we have found
they found an Ankylosaurus recently. It was just barely decomposed.
What did we find?
An Ankylosaurus. It was in great shape, comparatively speaking, considering how long it's been. But yeah,
where did we find it?
Right, but it wasn't soft tissue, was it? The Ankylosaurus in this instance was just well preserved. I don't think there was soft tissue associated with it.
Hey, Mark,
well, I don't remember. Read the article though.
So
you're fossilized.
You're happy that after 100 years of searching, somebody has found something that I haven't heard about, which doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, but that we have these couple bones that they can hydrate and get what they think is soft tissue, but we can't find anything else. We've never found anything else, but we find mammals. Millions of them.
Well, they find all kinds of things. They find blood vessels. They found collagen. Gosh, what is it? Blood clots, all kinds of things in the
bacterial slime. By the way, just let me explain this because he's going to come out with the bacterial slime thing. I think because bacterial slime, when a bacterial eats a cell like an osteocyte, it doesn't eat that cell with all its filopodia and the cell, and then poop the cell out in exactly the same shape with all the filopodia and everything in place. It poops it out as slime. So when they try to say that these things are bacterial slime structures,
there it is.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Right there.
Mark, dude, I'm okay. I know you're on your phone. You'll be able to see this, but I've literally got. It took me like 8 seconds. This mummified dinosaur is almost perfectly preserved. Discovery.com, and there's a picture of a mummified dinosaur right here. I mean,
John.
Yeah,
that Ankylosaurus wasn't actually mummified. It was fossilized. It was just very well preserved.
Well, I know mummified is in quotes, dude. Okay. This is my point. This is why I make so much fun of freaking YouTube atheists, and I made up the whole atheist hyper literalist disorder. Okay, because I don't actually think that there's a mummification process of the freaking dinosaurs. Okay, the Egyptians didn't go back in time and mummify freaking dinosaurs. Okay, good gravy. Anyway, my point is that and this is just one of many that I found in like a very short period of time using Google, that completely just debunks the position that Mark took. So, Mark, do you retract your position?
Might have went AFK.
Maybe he froze. His phone might have frozen. But anyway, it's like I just. Okay, if he comes back, I'm gonna put who wants to bet that if I ask him that question when he comes back, that he will somehow try and spin this and claim this isn't what he said, that we've never found anything like this.
Oh, looks like the boy is back. I see his phone moving.
You just said that they have found a complete soft tissue dinosaur. You told me to go look it up.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
A fossil. Somebody did.
Okay.
Who told me that it was a soft dino, that we found a completely preserved soft dino?
I think they said it
is
had
a
skin
rock
on it. I don't think anybody
fossil.
said it was a whole skin dino. I think they just said it had tissue on it.
No,
At least that's what I remember.
It's not. It's
Skin
a fossil.
impression.
It's an impression of skin. So is anyone going to retract that? Because everyone was laughing that we found this dino that is soft, just like we find the woolly mammoths. But no, we don't. We've never found them. We found a little bit of collagen that we think is collagen inside of bones. Yes,
it's not thinking, mate. I just gave you 100. I just gave you 119 citations, peer-reviewed, published citations. Okay, on soft tissue. Now go and have a look. Mary Schweitzer got sick of idiots like you coming out and saying this sort of stuff. So she went and proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt, that they're original protein molecules. And they proved it by dyes. They get dyes that only stain dead molecules, a dead DNA and dead sort of molecules and stuff. And it only stained, right, and won't stain living cells. So they can tell if cells are contaminated in. There's all those sorts of tests. There's tests that do the vice versa of that and stuff like that. And there's also lots of other tests they can do. So they've proved now beyond a shadow of a doubt, mate, that it's original biological material, that it's not bacterial slime, that it's not iron preservation. I've got the evidence of why it's not iron preservation. They've proved all that. You're just way behind the times and very bad science, as usual.
So can I say something?
Hey guys, hang on. Let me say something. Mary Schweitzer is sick of both sides. I think she's fed up with it completely.
Exactly.
That's what I was just
yes, but I've given you the citations. You can go look where she said she got sick and tired of being told all the time that this is contamination. I'm sick of being told this all the time. She said that. So she and her team set out to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that it wasn't contamination, and she did. You know, that's the point of it. That's the point of what we're saying. So all this stuff where it's contaminated. Now, look, he found now get this. He found a blood vessel that's the size of the sharp point of a pin, tiny little blood vessel, and encapsulated inside the blood vessel at the time of death. This blood vessel was hardened, right, and it was encapsulated. It couldn't have got in there any other way. There's a bacteria stuck in it. And it's it's stuck inside this thing, and it's proven that it was there for that whole time. This bacteria was supposed to be there. They're now finding soft tissue. Okay, now get this. They're now finding. Now talk about full time. They're now finding soft tissue 290 million years old, right?
Well, they're
290 million year old layers. They're finding biological material. I just gave you 119 citations. You can go and have a look.
So what about ancient evidence too? There's historians. What was it, Pliny the Elder?
Old or whatever you said. Do you believe?
What about eyewitnesses? We've got ancient historians who say they saw dinosaurs. There's reports in medieval times of dinosaur creatures. There's dragons. There's dragons. There's carving. Yeah, they called them dragons because the word dinosaur wasn't invented yet. There's Angkor Wat with all the carvings. There's rock carvings that Indians made. I mean, how did they know what these dinosaurs looked like if they hadn't seen any?
When modern artists, relatively modern ones, what we consider modern compared to those cave paintings and things like that, and these modern people couldn't even put a dinosaur together. And they had the bones out of the ground, and they couldn't even work out what they looked like. And yet these ancient people drew. I mean, we've got one thing of two dinosaurs fighting. These Indians drew two dinosaurs fighting in their fighting posture. What we only worked out just recently is how they fight. It's exactly in this picture is the two dinosaurs in their exact shape, exactly the way they looked, fighting in exactly the way they would have fought. Now, how did these Indians see that? See they were the giant sauropods fighting with each other.
They were smoking mushrooms, bro. What you mean? Them Indians were on that.
The same as Bigfoot,
good.
eh? Because all the Bigfoot in the photos look the same.
Anyway,
you know the Indians used to get lit, man.
The point is, we've got dinosaur soft tissue in our. Mark Armitage got a bone, a horn, a triceratops horn. He broke it open with his hand, and he peeled some soft tissue off it, just without having to decalcify it. Now he put that under a microscope. It had the cells in it with the filopodia still on the cells connecting with each other inside this sheet of tissue, and he proved that it came from the triceratops, that triceratops horn, and that triceratops, and that had fungal bodies growing down inside of it, sheets of fungal bodies growing down inside of it, and bacteria and water and everything washing down into that horn that was sticking out of the ground for God knows how long. So he's finding a soft tissue that he's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt in Acta Histochemica. He's been published, peer-reviewed and published, right? He made the cover of American magazine, American Scientist, right? With the picture of the sheet of fiber with the filopodia, with the cells with the filopodia coming off them. So don't try to tell us that you haven't done anything yet. You haven't done anything. Just grow up, mate, will you?
You're talking like that, and you're telling me to grow up? Are you serious?
Idiot, mate. You're an idiot. You're a fool. You're an absolute fool. The guy can peel. Go off on a tangent. The guy can peel cells off. Just open a cell. Just dig it up out of the ground. It's sticking out of the ground with water and bacteria and all sorts of silica and all sorts of stuff washing down in there. Find a lot of it's unfossilized. Peel off a sheet of dinosaur soft tissue with the cells still in it, with the filopodia still attached. Prove that it came from that, and somehow that's 67 million years old. They assigned it, Acta Histochemica assigned it an age of 67 million years old. And they're just like there. And God knows how long it was broken off in that condition. Actually had white fungal bodies growing down through it, like right through it, about 3 inches of a fungal body going down, just eating away at everything, all the soft tissue and everything. And yet that was still there. So how long was that there like that, where that particular soft tissue, not encapsulated in a femur bone, mate, not encapsulated in a femur bone, buddy? How long was that sitting there? Was that there 67 million years, buddy? Huh? Was that there on Pangea and moved here, over long millions of years, processes with all water and everything? You've got red hot at Hell Creek. You've got red hot in summer, freezing cold and ice and freeze thaw cycles. You've got which break it apart even more. You've got all sorts of things as it freezes. It gets water in it in the summer, waterlogged, and then it freezes and it cracks it as the water expands. And then when it thaws at Hell Creek.
Where was it found?
Hell Creek.
And where's that?
Hell Creek, Montana. The dinosaur graveyards at Hell Creek, Montana.
So there must be a ton of them there that are soft, right? They must be just digging them out one after another now.
I know, right?
Yeah, yes, they are, as a matter of fact. Yes, they are. I just gave you 119 peer-reviewed and published. They've literally got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. You look, they're finding this stuff now in the Permian, mate. They're finding 290 million years old, and they're proving that this is coming from there. So get off your high horse. You're way behind the times. You don't know anything about the science. You claim you do and you don't. You're a buffoon. And then look up the definition, the Merriam-Webster definition of buffoon, and you'll see exactly what this guy is.
So are you a young Earth creationist?
I'm done.
Oh, I see. Okay, because you just started talking about how things were 200,000 years old and they proved it and this and that and the other. Are you a young Earth creationist?
Exactly. Mate, I know I won.
You don't get anything, do you, Mark?
Oh, did you ever win? They found a few examples and they've written hundreds of pages.
Huh?
A
few examples.
Hundreds of papers.
They're finding this everywhere. They're finding this everywhere, and you're the idiot because they're finding this in bones that were broken off. Obviously broken off. This animal was obviously caught in some massive flood. The horn was ripped off. It's thing because they proved it had been ripped off, or in a fight or something or whatever you want to imagine, right? Then it was buried upside down in this 48-inch long Triceratops horn was buried upside down, and for 67 million years sat there in 3-4 cycles and all this stuff, and then getting hot and getting waterlogged and then freeze, and then it would crack, and then it would crack it apart, and then it would thaw, and it would break it open more and allow more and more in. And this guy just comes along 67 million years later and just digs it out of the ground and just opens it with his bare hands with mechanical pressure and just lifts a sheet of tissue off with the cells there, with the filopodia coming off the bone cells. I mean, and then proves, and then gets it peer reviewed and published in Acta Histochemica, and gets it on the cover of American Scientist magazine, Science magazine. So come on, mate. You know, don't try to come at me with it's not really this and it's not really that, and don't try to deflect by, are you a young Earth creationist? Are you? I mean, come on, mate. When you start going down that path, we know we've won. So please continue.
Banana.
Well, you'd think this would be all over the internet, but I can't find one thing where they found a T-Rex.
I just gave it to you. It's in the doc, in the side chat, the spreadsheets, the Google spreadsheet doc. I gave you. Go in there and have a look. Go in there, and mate, it's Armitage, Mark Armitage, at Acta Histochemica. It's in the doc. Have a look in the side chat. Have a look in the private chat. The private chat. Jackson. Have a look in the private chat. There's a doc there. Go and have a look in the doc. It's got all the links to all the citations, the published citations. Go on. Go and have a look at the published citations and come back. Then open your big mouth. Big mouth. Go on.
Who said my name? No one? Okay.
Well, all right, Mark. So are you still in denial that they've not, that they've actually found soft tissue despite everything that he just said, or do you still deny it?
I think he's frozen.
Impervious to facts.
Peer reviewed and published by his own people. It's insane, mate. This guy would argue with Richard Dawkins. If Richard Dawkins told him was the same what I was saying, he'd be there saying, Richard, you're wrong, mate. Or he'd be arguing with Krauss or even Hawking if he was alive. He would be. So no, you're wrong on that point. But he could argue with them because all their stuff is just imagination anyway. So he'd be right if he said anything you say is right when it comes to that sort of thing. It's like Einstein's theory of the one-way speed of light. You pick whichever speed it is, and that's what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't doubt there's dinosaur soft tissue, but I don't think the conclusion is the Earth has to be 6,000 years old. But whatever.
Well, that's true, but I mean, I find it amazing that he can break open a horn that's supposed to be 67 million years old under mechanical pressure and just physically peel off a strip of dinosaur soft tissue and slap it under the microscope, and it's got cells with filopodia coming off them and all interconnecting with each other in this clear layer, and it gets put on the cover of Scientific American. I mean, that's right. We don't have to conclude that it's 6,000 years old. It's probably less than that. Going by those standards. Anyway, I don't know. Yeah, mate, I don't know. Look, if God wanted to, man, look, you know what? I understand where people are coming from now. When people talk about this simulation stuff, I used to think they were completely insane. But now that I've looked into this atoms and what atoms are and stuff like that and looked deeply into it, right, I completely get where they're coming from. I mean, we are living in a simulation. I agree with them, but it's a simulation run by the Lord Jesus Christ.
Amen.
And yeah. And it's just incredible that it just blows my mind that little balls of energy can somehow arrange themselves, and anyway.
Oh yeah, the design of atoms is pretty amazing. The way the different little sizes of the nucleus and the electron shells and everything else all work together to allow for the chemistry that makes everything possible. Even simple molecules like water are pretty amazing because it's only got a molecular weight of 18. It has no business being a liquid at room temperature. It should be a gas, like what's a similar molecule? Methane. Methane's a gas. and it's just all due to the was it electronegativity of the oxygen that pulls the electrons closer to it than from the hydrogens and makes a strong dipole, a special kind of dipole, a hydrogen bond, so that water can be a liquid, and the geometry of the water molecule makes it so that ice is less dense than liquid water, and so it'll float.
And expands. Ice expands when it freezes, doesn't contract.
Exactly. Yes. Otherwise, it'd all sink to the bottom and it'd kill all the life at the bottom of a pond or whatever. Water is the densest at has the highest specific gravity at 4 degrees centigrade.
And water's not very easily compressed either, is it?
No, not at all.
It's got a very high compression. Yeah.
All right, I am back with a new mic.
All right.
Okay, so this one worked. I've been trying to talk this whole time, man.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Right.
Yeah. So in line with the whole simulation stuff, a book I strongly recommend reading is The Simulation Hypothesis, and written by a computer scientist and software engineer in game theory, like heavily involved in game theory, and very interesting book in the context of what's the evidence in favor of the simulation hypothesis. And it's not, from the way it's ultimately presented, is not in the relation to us just being purely digital, but in the rendered 3-dimensional simulation. And how it goes into great detail about how humans are currently attempting to create technology to be able to ultimately do real-time renderings of 3-dimensional objects. And we're already being able to do it on certain levels in relation to like holograms and stuff like that. But the concept of being able to do it in like an actual 3-dimensional object is plausible, right? And anyway, it's a very interesting read. And to me, when you think about it, to the point Jason was making about like, yeah, I have no issue with that being the case, and you still just need an intelligent agent that's external to the simulation. And in that context, that is God, right? And whether or not you want to think about God from the the philosophical perspective or not, and the religious perspective or not, is irrelevant to whether or not it is the more rational conclusion that there is an external intelligent agent that is enabling all this to exist. And even if that entity is not ultimately immortal, and many people who listen to my channels, my streams, have heard me say this over and over again. It's like, we have physics engines for all of our video games. We have different timelines that are happening inside of our video games versus from our perspective in the quote unquote real world, right? Well, if there's an external existence and we're in a freaking simulation, then the whole arguments about time and what came first, all this kind of stuff, are completely moronic to even be arguing over. If the external agent operates in even if they exist in some kind of a time, if their frame of reference is different than ours, and our frame of reference is contained inside of the simulation and the rules that have been implemented by the creator of the game, like, all of these arguments are freaking pointless. Like, not the fact that they exist, but over like, well, what, I don't agree with you, blah blah blah. It's like, well, if it's more reasonable to conclude there is an external intelligent agent, just because we can't know, we don't currently know like all of everything that's about that plane of existence, doesn't mean that it's not more rational to conclude that it exists. And the fact that atheists love to just like completely circumvent that whole problem cracks me up to no end.
You hear about well, sorry.
I have no opinion on it, so I'm not one of those.
I was gonna say, I don't even think the problem necessarily, since you brought up the whole philosophy, I don't even think the problem is necessarily the fact that it's like a religious God or anything, or the fact that it is an external force. I think the problem is which God it is. I think the problem is, does the God, the person's presupposes and holds them accountable for or not. See, because I know a lot of these atheists don't have a problem with the vast majority of other religions, because a lot of these other religions don't really have guys that hold them, accountable. Now those religions tell them that, hey, what you are doing is wrong. You will have to answer for the wrongs that you do one day.
What am I doing that's so wrong?
You said what?
What am I doing that's so horrible besides salamander smuggling?
I mean, buddy, anything. That's one thing. We're in the same boat. I don't know you. I don't know what you do, but I know I do a lot of wrong stuff all the time, and I'm trying to change for the better. I'm not gonna shy away from it. If someone tells me, oh, you're doing something wrong, or oh, you're evil, or you do bad things, I'm not gonna get butthurt. Oh, you hurt me. Like I'm not one of those guys. Like I understand that. And it's especially plausible because nature in and of itself has built-in rules, and we as human beings, if we're going off of the perspective of there being a higher power that is responsible for giving us our consciousness and the ingrained ability within us to have these sort of determinations between right and wrong, then like nature, there are rules to that consciousness. So I don't think, hell, even the fact, again, I don't know what you did wrong, but I don't think that's necessarily the point. What's wrong with being held accountable? What if you did shoot somebody in the face one day? I mean, it'd be real convenient if you would just die in it.
Yeah.
I mean, but the thing of atheism, there is no accountability. You just die and it's all good, right? You can rape 10 kids and kill a whole family. It doesn't matter, right? We're all just gonna be dirt. What Hitler did wasn't wrong. What Mao did wasn't wrong. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just everything's meaningless, right? Nah, screw that. I don't buy that.
Who says that? I don't say that.
I mean, according to atheism, I mean, who's to say whether whoever's saying that is, like I said, right or wrong? How can you determine moral values with the presupposition that we're just a bunch of stardust bumping together?
I mean,
what does it matter?
Hindus have a moral code, and they're not basing it off of the same.
You said who has a moral code?
What?
You said who has a moral code?
Hindus, for example, they have a moral code. I mean, everybody does.
Okay, but what I'm saying is you don't get a moral code. You don't get morality without spirituality. The whole point of atheism is that there is no power beyond, right?
That's why our jails are full of Christians and not atheists, isn't it?
Oh, so because they're Christian, they can't do bad things?
That's
also, there are so much.
That's
not even a good argument. You know how many more religious people and Christians there are than atheists? Like, you can't say.
It's as a percentage. It's as a percentage.
Maybe they converted after they went in.
Excuse me, but no, our prisons are not.
Christians.
Our prisons are not full of Christians. They get special privileges in now. Matt's cousin has been in prison a lot. He's as atheist as you get. He hates God. He hates religion. And every time he goes in, he puts himself down as a Christian because he gets special treatment and special foods and stuff like that. Also, if you go to your church and pretend to be a good little Christian, you get less time. You get more time taken off for good behavior. There's lots of reasons why now actually the majority of people in prison are atheists. The vast majority of them, because I know people that have been in prison in both America, state and federal prisons, and
about to go to prison. I'm an atheist.
Australian state prisons.
Spit.
So I can tell you that most people in prison are atheists. The vast majority.
Well, okay. So I think there's going to be.
I think it's like 50-50, maybe at best.
It's not 50-50 at best. I'm telling you, it's like
all right.
Hang
on. So in line with people going to prison here shortly. So I want to get people's opinions on what may be one of the stupidest laws that's been proposed. So right now, in the legislature of Illinois, a proposed bill will make it illegal to have sex while intoxicated, classifying such an act as a person being unable to give knowing consent. The text of the bill would amend the Criminal Code of 2012 to update the sex offenses article of the code to include a new definition for unable to give knowing consent that, quote, includes when the victim is intoxicated, but the accused did not provide or administer the intoxicating substance.
What?
Think about that.
Is that real?
Second, right? Yes.
Is that real?
Just, yes.
Oh
Just think about that for a second, ladies and gentlemen. You're at a bar. You don't know how many beers she's had. You're talking. Y'all end up hooking up. You could now be charged with rape because you didn't know how, even though you didn't know how much they had to drink, nor are you the one that gave them any of the drink, nor was the drink spiked with any kind of substance. You could now be accused and convicted of, or if this law passes, of rape because they couldn't give you consent, even though you have no way of knowing what their actual state of mind was. I
No
mean,
wonder the newer generation isn't dating anymore with crap like that. They're talking about the population is stagnating. We don't know if we're gonna go over 9 billion. Keep pushing out bull crap like that. Watch how we stagnate.
Oh, by the way, I don't believe that the world population is true. I'll tell you why. Because when a developing country overestimates their population, they get more favorable treatment from the world banks, from the big world banks. So the World Bank basically tells them this. So the higher your population is, the more favorable treatment you'll get, like better loans, better prices on loans for infrastructure, blah, 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 that you don't really need and all this sort of stuff. Like, so you can squander the money, sort of thing. So they overestimate their population and then they just squander it on them, however they squander it. But what they do is China is really at about 1.25 billion, and they say that they're 1.4 billion because it's better for them economically to say that. So you can knock 150 million off the 7.8 billion right there. But just one country. And if that's right, and if one country, developing country, is doing that, what do you reckon's happening with the other ones? Yes, exactly. So
the numbers are bloated.
Be way less than what they're saying. And I mean billions less, not just hundreds of millions. So they're maybe 1 or 2 billion less than what they're saying. I think it's overinflated. And second of all, like Ken Hovind says, it's true. Go and get everybody on Earth right now. If there was 7.8 billion people, put them in, they'll have about 80 to 100 square feet of room each if you put them all in Texas. I mean, the world's not overpopulated. It's just being mistreated.
I drive around all the time. I know the world ain't overpopulated. I see all types of forests and just untouched land and whatnot. We ain't overpopulated.
I mean,
there'd be places in Tasmania where man has never stepped.
I mean, let's just think about this. Canada has like 3.1 million square miles and a population of 30 million. That's the population of Florida. I mean,
wait, Canada only has 30 million in the whole country?
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty small.
Oh, damn. That's a lot of room. I like that. I might gotta go to Canada.
I'm sorry. My apologies. 38 million. So it's like the population of California. My apologies.
California.
But the surface area is I think it's surface. So it's like 300 something. I think it's like 300,000 square miles bigger than the United States. Let me see.
But you do realize how little of that we can grow food on, right?
Okay, surface area of Canada is 3.855, so 3.8 million square miles. And the United States is 3.79. So I was off. It's like 60,000 square miles difference in size.
Hey, Mark.
Well, Mark, I understand that there's limits to where you guys can grow food, but we're talking about for an overall population of the planet, right? So we're not running out of space, and we have more than enough food production currently to pre-COVID stuff anyway. We had more than enough food production to cover the planet. We're like all-time max.
60% of the population is starving right now.
That has nothing to do with the amount of Mark. There's nothing to do with the amount of
food that we can grow. What we could grow.
Mark, no, I'm going to click. Well, hang on. You can talk. You can respond, but we're going to first clarify. We're going to first clarify this point. So, Mark, ladies and gentlemen, Mark just made the usual moronic talking point assertion from jackasses.
What a
say,
great moderator you are.
60% of the world is starving. After we've just established that there's more than enough food being produced, the food being produced versus it getting to the end user are two different things in relation to whether or not the world is overpopulated. Okay, so Mark,
are you now going to claim that what I just said is not true, and therefore your point about the world, 60% of the world starving or being underfed, is it have any relevance to whether or not the world was overpopulated? Go ahead.
Well, it depends. Do you find clearing South America to grow food and coffee, and clearing Madagascar to grow coffee and food, and completely clearing Europe of all of its forests to grow food, do you find that to be okay? Are you saying that we should just continue clearing forests?
Okay, and again, ladies and gentlemen, we have another freaking example of Mark when he is directly called out on a position and asked a very clarifying question. To substantiate or invalidate the position he's just taken, he goes off on another path and doesn't actually substantiate his position or directly answer. I mean, this is why I get so irritated with you, Mark, and this is why I call you out, is because, again, you prove my point about what I've been accusing you of.
No. I just told you 60% of the people on Earth are not getting enough food. So if we continue to overpopulate the Earth, we will continue to have to clear our
Wow. Okay.
Hold on. Wait, Mark. I got a question.
Hang on. No, Mark. Answer the question. Do we currently have from a volume production perspective, are we producing less food than is needed for the entire population of the planet if supply chain capabilities were available to transport the food to them? Do we not have enough food to physically feed them if we can figure out a way to get the food to them? That is the question. Please respond and actually answer the direct question. Don't go off on a rabbit trail. Actually answer the question.
I tell you yes, you're going to laugh. If I tell you no, you're going to laugh. How could I answer that properly? You're just going to cite something. Well, I say there's enough food. No, there's not enough food. There's not enough food right now to feed the entire population of the Earth and continue to sustain the environment the way that we're doing it. No. And the amount of hydrocarbons that we got to put on fields to grow this food is just insane. The amount of oil that we turn into fertilizer is insane to try to keep up with these people. So no, we can't. We cannot sustain it. Absolutely not.
Okay, so
well, Mark spoke, so I guess we can't.
Unsustainable. No, you just said it did. You just, as authority, you said we do make enough food to feed the entire world. I say no, we don't, and we cannot sustain it.
We do. It's just getting it to them. Production doesn't equal transportation.
No.
Technology has improved.
We are going to run out of oil. When we run out of oil, we no longer have fertilizer. That's a fact. And fertilizer's getting extremely expensive.
Right, fertilizer is getting expensive because we've reduced expiration for oil.
Yeah.
Like nobody thinks that we have a shortage of oil right now. Okay, there's plenty of oil on the planet. Everybody knows this. There's
plenty
of people that say we only have 50 years left. So where are these plenty of people saying
that we have 400 years left?
This is once again another example of you using really outdated talking points.
Okay, whatever you say. So show me where we have 400 years of oil left.
I'm pretty sure there's hundreds of years worth left.
I think there's 50 years of easy to get to oil. We're already drilling down 12 kilometers. We're drilling 12 kilometers right now to get oil.
You can't get down 12 kilometers. It's physically impossible to drill down 12 kilometers. The deepest hole ever drilled was 7 miles, which is about 11 kilometers, and it turns plastic. Okay. It gets so hot down there that the rock starts to turn plastic. So, what you're telling me, they're drilling down
look that up, shall we?
That doesn't sound right.
No, now he's going to look something up. I think that's also proven oil reserves, ones that have been found, not just all the oil in the earth, the figures. But then again, they've said way back when that we're going to run out of stuff, in the year 2000. We're going to run out of everything by this time, by that time. They're always doing this. That Ehrlichman guy and people like him who've always been wrong about everything.
The current depth, average depth of oil drilling currently is 7 kilometers, and we're drilling as deep as 13,000 meters. 13 kilometers
13 kilometers
to get to
deep.
oil.
Wow, that's amazing.
Wait,
yeah,
Mark.
Science is amazing. It does amazing things.
Say, Mark.
I've got a book here on. I've got a whole doc here on oil exploration. It's written by somebody who's been in the oil industry on our team for all of his working life, and this will basically tell you everything you want to know. He did oil exploration for the big companies and you know, SO and all that. So I'll send it to you, and you can have a look and learn something, mate. All right.
Hey, do you guys dare me to eat this piece of paper?
Hey,
I'll do
Mark,
it.
I got a question.
Somebody dare me.
All right, go ahead. You won't. No balls. Oh, wow. You gonna have paper cuts in your booty hole? No, I'm playing.
Couldn't do that.
Hey, but Mark, I was gonna say, you said an interesting comment about how, you know, when you did, you know, agree that you said that there aren't enough food and whatnot and how we're overpopulated. So I just wanted to ask real quick, what would be your solution to your supposed overpopulation? And if it is what I think it is, would you be willing to be a volunteer? Did he go AFK?
I think he's frozen.
Oh, okay.
I think I have a paper cut in my mouth now.
Hey man, you want to go on and down that paper up in your digestive system. You know, you gotta at least you only got cuts in one hole. No, let me stop.
OPP, going back kind of to your simulation thing, have you heard about was it Planck time and Planck lengths, where they just I don't know how they did it, but they discovered something like there's no unit of time less than gosh, if I can remember the numbers, like 10 to the negative 43rd seconds, and if if an object gets below, let's say like 10 to the negative 34th, I'm just guessing roughly the numbers, an object loses its locality and becomes sort of everywhere at once. Really weird stuff.
I'm aware of what you're talking about. I've read a few things on it, but yeah, it gets pretty trippy when you start to think about it, and puts a lot of things into. Yeah, it gets very interesting. And to me, when you really, if you open your mind beyond the strict materialist worldview, then a lot of this stuff starts to make a lot more. Well, doesn't necessarily make more sense. Well, you're able to make sense of it, I guess. Is like, hey, if God is not ultimately bound by time, and then there's something else beyond the finite that we're currently existing in, then and what's the whole aspect of there are several theories out there of like time being an illusion. It's like, well, if time is an illusion, then what you're referring to would kind of make sense. Like we're compartmentalized into this little finite frame of reference. And to me, it's why people heard me on my tangents before about like when the atheists are all like upset about like bad things happening and all that kind of stuff. It's like, if this is just a blip, like it's a blip of our eternal timeless existence. Why would God allow this to happen? It's like, well, because he knows you're an eternal soul, that this has no macro view significance in. Like,
you would think that would make more people Christians. You know, I'm not about to cut you off, but I'm kind of a nerd, right? So like things like we talking about like timelines and you know what I'm saying, and different stuff like that. And it's like you're basically, you know, I'm not trying to be like, I don't know if this is like blasphemous, but in a sense, you're kind of immortal, right? Because like, yeah, your body is finite and has a limit, but your soul, whether you go heaven or hell or wherever you end up, your soul just kind of keeps going. You think that would make people more on board because, you know, people, you know, like talk about, you know, immortality, you know, being live forever. Like in the Bible, I think it's in Genesis. Aren't you like literally promised like great power and whatnot just by sticking with the good Lord? So it's like, I don't know. Then it's like the descriptions of angels. Like you have a transcendental God that is beyond time and space. You have higher dimensional beings. You have an eternal soul. Like I don't know, man. That just sounds cool to me. Like I understand why people like. Why would you want to be a monkey man that came from nothing when you were literally made in the image of a transcendental, all-powerful, merciful being? Like I don't get it. Like I agree with you with the whole bad things happening because it's like yeah, but at the same time, you play your cards right. That's just gonna be like eventually it's gonna be like an infinitesimal speck of the rest of your infinite existence. Like you can't tell me that doesn't sound cool. Like if you know what I'm saying. I guess you're going off the skeptic's perspective. If Christianity is true, I think it'd be worth it in the end. That's just my whole perspective. Like plus, I'm kind of a power scaler myself. I don't know if y'all know what that is, but I like to kind of
the sex thing.
You said no power scaling. Like when you take a fictional like how strong Goku is and whatnot, and believing in Christianity personally, we can scale humans higher. Like we aren't just like fodder compared to most of the animal kingdom physically. We're like infinite. So it's like I don't know. But yeah, I can't really get on board with atheism, man. Like no disrespect to, how y'all probably see the world and whatnot. It's just for me though, if I had to choose between being a magic monkey man or a being made in the image of a transcendental, all powerful God, I don't know. It's kind of an easy pick for me. But I'll get off my rant. I'll let somebody else talk. I just want to say that because it's.
I think most people are in the middle of that. There are a lot more people who are Christians and believe in evolution than there are young Earth creationists or atheists. I think.
Well, there's more people who claim to believe in God, but as far as people who are Christians, no, because just because you say you're a Christian doesn't mean you're a Christian.
Well, yes, the Church of Laodicea.
Right. You got a lot of people who say, "Oh, they go to church."
Well, I said, yeah, like praising smoking. Sorry.
If you add up all the religions of the world, there's way more religious people on the earth than there is atheist people.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
A very small percentage, maybe 10%. I doubt it would even be that.
Atheism is a religion. It requires faith.
No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
100%
a
religion.
Torcaso versus Watson.
No, it's not.
Secular humanism is a religion.
No, I don't believe in gods. I don't believe in it. No.
Wait, Mark, why is it not a religion? Tell me why atheism isn't a religion.
Yeah, because I don't pray to any gods for starters.
Okay, why does that not make it a religion? Okay, do you know how the Big Bang came about? Do you know what came before? Do you know where all the matter, energy, and the time and whatnot came from? If the answer is no, then you take a leap of faith to believe what you believe, therefore making it a religion. Hell, by your own definition, it's a religion. You believe that what we say are a bunch of baseless claims without evidence. There's a lot of stuff in the.
I never said that. You guys put a lot of. You really want to hate me for some reason.
I'm not
one of the few
hating
people.
You.
I'm one of the few atheists who actually will admit that I believe in the supernatural because I would not sleep in a morgue. So there you go. So I don't know why you just do this.
Okay, so
what I don't like that you guys do is you claim all this silly stuff about our since 6,000-year-old Earth. I find it to be really hard on religion. I think your worldview is extremely hard on religion, that you have to take that Bible, nail it down to the ground and say, this is the truth. Everything the Bible says. Earth is unmovable. Everything moves around it. No.
Well, what if it's
just
true?
Silly.
What if it's all true?
Nothing's proved you wrong. I'm just saying.
So first off,
I just
Mark,
don't believe in it.
so
And then
first
if I
off, Mark,
compare
you
the
just made
Old
very
Testament,
broad. You just made very broad assertions about people's positions. Number one.
no, I just made an assumption about mine, and then I explained how you think.
You literally just made categoric statements about the people in this room right now.
Okay, and tell me where I got it wrong.
No, you
tell me where I got it wrong.
You did no.
You said we hurt religion.
Mark, you're now trying to dodge. You
No,
literally
not
just
dodging.
stated. Mark,
I made
you
my
literally just
statement,
stated
now
you
answer
hadn't. You literally just made the assertion that you hadn't made any claim about people. And then now you're pivoting again. This is my whole point about you, Mark. You are the
Yeah, I know. You like to attack me and not my point.
He just wants to argue. That's all.
Mark, you claimed that everybody is attacking you. You just made categorical assertions and then claimed you didn't make them.
Okay, so answer
This is
me.
hilarious, dude. So did you or did you not make? Did you or did
me.
you not make those assertions? No.
Answer me.
Did you or did you
Do
not make
believe-
those assertions?
Yes,
Did
of course
you or-
I did. I'm talking about young Earth creationists pretending that there was a big flood and an ark and two animals. Yet genetically we can't show any bottlenecks except for cheetahs. Where's the bottlenecks in the genes? Where are they?
There are bottlenecks in the human genes and animals too.
There are there? Huh.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And it's the secular
I'm
science.
sure you got a paper
the
to prove it,
secular
right?
scientists talking about them, but you don't care
Right.
about what the facts are anyway. You're just here to
Right.
argue.
Because you just make stuff up. You just make it up and you claim a paper that's out there, and it's not the average of what people think. It's what these extremists think is what you come up with.
Mark,
So tell me where I got it wrong.
Mark,
I'm
honestly,
telling you
dude,
what the
when was
scientists
the last
say.
time you actually read a paper?
What are you talking about? I read them constantly. I already told you that.
Cool. What was the last paper you read?
The one that was sent to me about the multiverse. I'm communicating with the guy right now, trying to get to the bottom of what you were talking about yesterday, his position on it
I'm
compared
trying
to
to
your
figure out
position of
what the
his
multiverse
position.
is all about. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
we
And while
couldn't
you're
understand it
claiming-
before.
while
Hang on,
you're
hang on, hang on.
claiming-
Hang on.
He's
Okay.
trying to explain something that
Mark,
they were talking
Mark,
about
who
earlier.
was the Mark? Who's the individual you're in communication with?
Let me pull him up here on my email for you, okay?
What's his name? You emailed him.
I'm pulling up the email right now. I haven't even read it yet. I've been in communication. He just got back to me about 6
You know
hours
what?
ago.
I think the idea of a multiverse might be plausible.
I honestly think it could be.
No, Mark, what I really want to know is I want you to read. I want you to read out loud.
Oh, yeah, God's
what-
still gonna be
what
the
you
start.
claimed my assertion was.
Pardon me. You want to keep going back to this?
Yeah,
You're
I would like
claiming
you.
that
I would
with
like you to
all the
read. You claim your
possibilities-
communication. No,
You
I want
love.
I
You
no, I
love
want you to no.
possibilities.
Mark, since
You
you
already
don't
asked
actually.
your question. Why don't you let me answer it?
Okay, Mark, I haven't clarified the question I'm asking you, dude. Okay, so what I would like you to do, because yesterday you were dramatically misrepresenting and misinterpreting what both Sal and I were stating to you. So I would like you to read out loud your email to the gentleman whose name you need to tell me, who is the author of said paper, and I want you to let us know how you are representing what I claimed he was saying in relation to the multiverse being necessary for to account for the improbability of life. Go ahead.
I think he froze again.
Cricket. Oh, frozen. Frozen.
Yeah, he looked frozen. Anyway, Ayo Jackson, you here?
I'm testing out my new SIM card because I got a SIM card months ago. I never installed it because I changed companies.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was me. Hey, I was gonna say, do you think aliens exist?
Aliens? Maybe. I don't think they're visiting Earth though.
Hey,
They're not
you
visiting
know.
Earth, and they definitely exist.
Oh, okay. Well, Mark, okay, so you know the Bible
definitely
actually
exist.
technically spoke of aliens.
They did.
Whenever God said of the angels that lusted after the humans and then came down to earth to mate with them and whatnot. And you
But
know,
they're not
aliens are
angels?
technically otherworldly beings. An angel is an otherworldly being. They don't exist within this reality. So, you know, that is technically an alien. It's not extraterrestrial, it's extra dimensional, but still, you know. So I mean, I don't know. I just thought I'd point that out. You know, it's what you would call an alien. You know, we've just been calling them angels for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Just
Good
like
angels,
the
bad angels.
dinosaur is a dragon, right?
Yes, like actually, I don't know why that's hard to believe. Dinosaur is a baby word. Dragon's been around for millennia. I actually don't know why that's hard to believe.
Do you
I
believe
think
in
the word dinosaur was invented in 1832. I think it was 18.
Wait.
It was 18 something.
Do you believe in
18.
Bigfoot?
No, I don't. No, I do not believe in Bigfoot.
I want.
And what's the point of that
Hey guys,
statement?
before we allow Mark to go off on another rabbit trail, Mark. So, I would really appreciate it if you would, since there was some confusion yesterday as Sal and I were trying to relay the foundational premise of the paper that we were reading from. Would you mind reading to us how you framed what we said to the author, and who was the author of the paper? Your communication.
Yes, I would mind. Like I said, we just started a thing. I just sent him an email. He just got back to me, and I didn't mention you at all. And I'm asking him to explain to me why he feels that the multiverse, you need a multiverse to allow all of these chances that you're talking about. All of these impossibilities, 1 to the power of, what did you say, 170 chances that life could get going in any one universe. So
not even near that good.
No, for one.
I can answer that
Okay.
question.
Okay. So who are and Mark? Who are you in communication with?
I keep asking you, can I go to the emails, and you keep coming back. So let me go to my emails. I'm on my phone. I don't know how many times I've got to say that. When you
I get all that, but you froze and you were gone. So like, who are you in communication with?
Let me go to my emails, and
Well, go find out and come back and tell us. I'm not keeping you here. You can.
Yeah,
go
I
find
want to
out and
know.
come back.
I want to see it as well. I'm
Also,
interested.
what was your
I am
point
actually
about
interested.
what was your point about the whole Bigfoot thing anyway? I'm curious. I kind of already know what you're going to say, but I'm just trying to see where you're going with that. Because you claim, do I believe in Bigfoot, yet you said, oh, no, I know aliens are real. So, and he's gone. Okay. I hate it when people leave before I can finish my points, man. It's whatever.
But TJ, you were saying something to me. I think Mark cut you off.
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask you the same question about aliens, but then he jumped in and said they're definitely real. So I thought the question was better for him. Because the main thing is like he's ducking and dodging like Mayweather. And it's like, I'm just trying, like, is all this stuff going to bring his heart closer and want to know the truth about God? That's what I care about as a soul. He claims he believes in the supernatural. Like he says he's open to it. I'm trying to get him on the right track because he keep playing games and the good Lord come. That's it. What's up, Jason?
Hey, I was thinking about what you said about dimensions. Hang on a sec.
Yeah, they're stated to be higher. Like that's the thing. Science isn't making any new theories. Higher dimensions, aliens, all of that was in the Bible.
Yeah, I was thinking about what you said about dimensions. Well, the universe is estimated to be what they say they estimate or regulate about 93 million light years across.
Yeah,
or whatever billion light years across.
Yeah.
And God lives outside time and space, so he lives outside the universe. So,
right.
But yet he can travel from outside that to here, like within an instant, and he can see everything that's going on here from all that distance away.
Yeah, he's
so
omnipotent.
a parallel dimension to ours, sort of like in that sort of way, would sort of solve the problem of him traveling that time. He just stepped from one dimension across to the other, sort of thing. So I can sort of see where you're coming from with that. Is that sort of what you meant?
Well, what I was going with was the fact that, God resides in heaven, and because heaven would be a higher dimension, because as I said, our very universe is finite in both distance, its duration, everything. Heaven, I believe, would be an infinite dimension because God himself is an infinite being,
That's
a boundless, infinite dimension beyond our three-dimensional space. So what I'm saying is that, when he does this, he can do all these, he can look at our reality essentially like a book. Time has no meaning. So him stepping in and intervening and doing all this stuff in our reality isn't even as much as an action of him stepping from like a parallel dimension. He can do all of this within heaven from what our perspective would be at all times, because our finite creation would be pretty much nothing for him to play with.
And I believe, just quickly, they got the idea for Doctor Who from God and the Bible.
Why? Oh, because Doctor Who is like that. Fuck that. That was
no. I know what you mean. I'm not saying that Doctor Who's like God, but they.
No, I know what you mean. I'm not saying you're saying that, but I get what you mean when you say that.
To God,
Yeah. Well, we actually live in slow motion. because our existence is shrunk down, our time is shrunk down or slowed down, and our distance is shrunk down so that physical things can exist.
God dang, Mark left. Can I ask him?
Okay, so over under on an email currently being written. What do you guys think?
Well,
50-50
I
chance.
think he's gonna come back with, even with or without the email, he's gonna come back with the same baseless type of points he's been making. So I don't. It's whatever. Like, I'm not even a science guy, and I can see through it. That's pretty bad.
Ask him a screen share.
Shoot, yeah, we gotta ask him to screen share and all that. Tell him to, you know what I'm saying? Put it in the 2-hour YouTube video like you probably want us to do in order to understand it. You know,
Wait, is Mark an atheist?
He wants
to.
No, he's not an atheist. He believes in the supernatural. I think he's an agnostic, but I think what it is, he doesn't want to believe in the Christian God.
No. Mark is an atheist.
He's an atheist.
An atheist?
He believes in
Yeah,
ghosts.
Mark is a global atheist who believes in the supernatural.
That is incoherent.
Wait,
oxymoronic.
that doesn't make any sense. How are you an atheist, but you what?
I heard that in the chat, and I was like, "Wait, I had to come." That's why I came in. I was like, "Did he just say he's an atheist who believes in ghosts?"
He believes in the
think he
supernatural,
likes
but he
being told
argues for
that he does
evolution because he wants to be disproven, sort of thing.
Yeah, because ghosts.
That's what he would say.
Ghosts presuppose God, so it's like you can't be an atheist and believe in ghosts.
Exactly. Hell, he believes in ghosts, and he believes in the infinite too, because ghosts.
Then he's unreasonable and illogical. He's not. He's
Yeah,
walking
we
off
know
the
that.
moron.
He's just been getting beat up by this whole live service. It's pretty funny.
Hey, real quick, guys. Hey, stop the op. I can't. You got to connect your microphone, otherwise I can't let you in. There we go.
Yeah, StreamYard.
Check 1 2. Check.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yep, that's it. Working.
What's happening, boys?
What's good?
Ready? Nothing much, man. I just wanted to pop on real quick, let you guys know the aliens are fake and gay.
Extraterrestrials, yeah.
And they fly around in rainbow-colored chips. That's what those rainbows are in the sky.
Nah, bro, they're just a bunch of
really
flying
alien
spaghetti
spaceships,
monsters, man.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm curious. How do you come to the conclusion that the thing that is fake is also gay?
Uh-oh.
I don't know, man. I just figured it's a psyop.
That's nice. Has to be.
For sure. I mean, let's be real. It just so happens that they crash landed on a government military facility. Like that just seems like very sketchy, just to begin with.
No, they're definitely pulling the string sometimes. Because even I think who's the guy who was who's the Nazi who was helping the Americans build von Braun?
Werner von Braun.
Man,
look, man, that's wartime propaganda.
No, he admitted like we had help, and he was hinting to the extraterrestrials, but he didn't say he had help during when he was under the U.S. or under the Nazis. So I'm thinking he had help under America when he was under American control.
Yeah, Operation Paperclip, man. I know they were working on some weird shit, but I don't think the human ingenuity is pretty smart. You know, Nikola Tesla is really smart. I don't think we have to like appeal to the unknown to really figure out why we're so smart. You know.
No, he said he had help.
Aliens invented the rocket engine.
No, he said they had help collaboration, not that the outright like here.
Hey, I got a dumb question, but I feel like it'd be kind of fun. All right, so check this out. Who do y'all think will win? Right, we'll say one cherubim, right? One cherubim, which is a type of angel, versus the entire human race. Who you got? The whole world, all the military,
Cherubim.
Everything, versus one angel.
Cherubim, because it operates with the power of God.
Well, have you guys seen like the actual depiction of angels? They're like more freakier. Yeah, they're like more freakier than Cthulhu, like anything like Cthulhu.
I think that's where Lovecraft might have got his inspiration.
Yeah, like it's like outdoes.
I think they look badass. Personally, I think that looks cool as hell.
I've seen some pictures of
who just dropped out. Who did we lose?
Well,
I
it's
think
not
that
cool.
was.
It's
I
hot.
don't know. Oh, okay. I just wanted to see y'all say. I want to make sure y'all had y'all scaling right. I've actually had some people think that if an angel did pull up on us, we could do something about it.
Well, it would depend on if, in order to do something to us, that they would have to take on a physical form. If they have to take on a physical form, then it's possible that we might be able to do something if there's given enough time. But it would also boil back down to what is the actual power capabilities of this entity, right?
I remember one thing in the Bible being where I don't know what type of angel it was. I think it was a lower ranking angel, which would speak a lot to the power of a cherubim. But I think one of this angel was able to make like an entire army or like a village go blind just by willing it to happen. And they've done like they could take different forms. I think they actually remember. I think it was in Revelations when was it Ezekiel who viewed like all the angels at the same time, and he viewed them as like elders and whatnot, and they like took on humanoid forms. I think it's because like their true forms. Like if we were to like see them as they actually are, they might like break our minds because they are actually beyond our finite comprehension. So there's that. So they have reality warping. They can mentally screw you. Like you said, they have, you get power from God and whatnot. So, if they did need a little extra juice, they could literally take power from like a literal infinite being. Like, I don't know, even if they were in the physical form, you know what I'm saying? I think it'd be kind of similar to Jesus, not comparing an angel's power level to Jesus, but it would be sort of like, if they wanted to, they could just call on like more power and whatnot, or a greater source of power to deal with the problem, or they just show up in their true form and drive the entire world insane.
One angel overnight killed what 300,000 Assyrian soldiers. So,
I think it was.
I don't even think that was a higher tier angel too. I think that was one of the lower tier angels.
Hey, look what I did to my truck.
What's with the Z? What's with the Z?
What is?
Oh, that's what all the Russian invasion troops have on their vehicles.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, what Jackson is trying to tell us is he's actually a Russian agent. And
I can believe it. He looks like a menace, bro. Look at him in that bandana.
We need to prepare ourselves for he's right now. This stream is so important. There's actually a channel open in the Kremlin right now. Because the things that we're discussing are very, very important from on the cosmological level. And
I think we should just go and bomb Russia.
Putin pays me every month.
Yeah.
Okay, so real quick, so Iger. Hang on, guys. So Iger has just joined us. What's up, Iger? How you doing?
Pretty good, my friend. How's everybody doing tonight?
What's up,
bro? I saw something pretty cool. Not cool, but the Ukrainian president, man, he had like a TV show, I guess, before he became president, and then
oh yeah, he was a gay. He was a flamer.
Well, that was like it looked like a music video that he was in, where he was wearing high heels and a leather pant. But he also had a TV show where he played the president, which gained him the popularity to then become the president. So I got a couple clips of that if you want. I could pull
all these world leaders probably is wearing high heels in another man's room anyway. But I ain't gonna say nothing on that.
That's what the Russians were making fun of. They're like, the U.S. installed a gay comedian as the Ukrainian president.
Well, I almost feel like
right.
Another divide and conquer strategy where they're gonna make us either pro Ukraine or pro Russia. That way we can hate each other some more and just keep us divided, and that way they can take more of our land and more of our freedoms away. That's how I feel about it. I think it's
definitely
at the moment I feel like it's all kind of like a show.
I don't hate anyone. Just don't come at me on the battlefield.
Kind of too late for that. I mean, do you honestly think you have the same freedoms as the originating founding fathers wanted? Of course not.
No,
I don't think anybody has that kind of freedom these
But they're
days.
taking more every day, bro.
All I gotta say is anybody who argues. All I gotta say is anybody who argues that the founding fathers did not anticipate a dramatic amount of the issues that we're currently facing in society They need to go and read. They need to go and read the Federalist Papers. And if they still hold the position that they hadn't predicted a lot of this stuff, then we need to question their reading comprehension skills and say, go read it again and again and again, because it's rather clearly delineated the anticipation of so many of the societal issues, the degradation of our freedoms, and the acquisition of power from the corrupt to anyway, it's crazy. And it looks like Mark is back. It looks like Mark is back.
LPP. I think he's frozen still, but LPP.
Yo, can I level with you guys what I'm pretty sure is going on right now with Ukraine and Russia?
What's up?
1 second. Let TJ hang on. Let TJ make his point, and then you can go ahead. Go ahead,
Oh no, I was gonna say, what'd you think of my whole little versus battle power channel? That too eggy for the love? That little too much of a fire show?
It's too Dragon
You
Ball.
talking about the cherubim taking on the planet?
Yeah, was that a little too edgy?
I responded to that. What are you talking about?
Oh, I didn't hear you. You agreed to that?
I'd say the entire planet is finished. If because it's the power that they've got. They attack with the power of God, and they wouldn't be attacking the planet unless God authorized it in the first place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No. Well, that wouldn't.
Which Pokemon you guys think would win?
No, that wouldn't make sense in Christian lore.
Wait, what do you mean?
Because then you would have to explain why do you have like these other gods who are ruling for like thousands of years. Did God command that? So it wouldn't make sense.
No other gods.
Yes, they were.
Okay, hang on. Before we go down this rabbit hole, stop the op wanted to say something, then we can go back to this. Good.
Hey, it's all right, man. I didn't want to mess up the cherubim talk.
All right.
But no, man. Look, I was pretty much on the level you guys wanted to get on the topic of Russia and Ukraine. Pretty much what's going on, with, in my opinion, man, is that because I've been watching geopolitics for a little while now. What's that?
Tell us.
All right, so Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, man, he's a longtime Kremlin. He was like, Broadway, Hollywood kind of guy over there, and he was pretty much at the height of the Kremlin before he even became president of Ukraine. Now, Ukraine has had its issues trying to remain sovereign since like the 30s with like Stalin and stuff like that. And it's really what I think, man, is if Zelensky's Kremlin, and then this whole thing is a smokescreen. There's no way that Russia is really actually fighting Ukraine if Zelensky's, because from my understanding, I guess Ukraine has kind of already been owned basically unofficially by Russia for the past since the 80s, since the Soviet Union split up. And it's my theory that the whole thing with them splitting up in the first place, splitting up the Soviet Union into Russia, was just a way to divide communism. That way it could conquer the West. And that's kind of what we're seeing going on right now. I think this whole thing is just a smokescreen. I think Ukraine is just like a Trojan horse for communism, man. I mean, we see all this rhetoric on the left and on the right, and we got a lot of people on the right that are supporting Russia, and we got everybody that's in the middle. It's all about drawing people from the middle.
There's too much. There's such thing as too much conspiracy. I mean, I'm a conspiracy guy myself, but
you ain't heard nothing yet. You think that's conspiracy?
I like your summary there, bro.
I got some conspiracy theories for you.
Look,
okay, hang on. Before we go to this rabbit holes, we got to. Okay, so first off, the Ukraine is a Trojan horse, but it's not a Trojan horse for
it's a U.S. Trojan horse.
Outlier. No, it's not even a U.S. Trojan horse. It's a globalist Trojan horse, and the deep state.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And
if anything,
the deep state of the United States is part of
that.
There
is no deep state. There is no white hats. There is no black hats. It's all the same people. It's literally theater, man. Like, that's what I'm saying. There is no. It's literally just to try to corral. It's literally just to try to corral everybody into like an echo chamber. So you're either on the left or you're on the right. But no matter what, if you fall into that Hegelian dialectic, it doesn't even matter. You're stuck in the echo chamber now. So that's why everybody on the right is siding with Russia, because they're against the deep state in Ukraine. And that's why everybody in the center and on the left and on Biden's camp or whatever, everybody is supporting Ukraine, is because they just want to corral everybody. But no matter what, it's all communism behind both sides. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I liked it. That was a
sure.
great summary,
That
Scott.
was
That
pretty
was good,
good.
bro. I'm with
That
you,
was
bro.
pretty good. But hey, you want me to go even deeper with that, bro? You want me to just go ahead and, you know what I'm saying? Check this out, right? So, I can bring up, the left and the right. I've said it before. I'll say it again. The left-right paradigm. Don't believe in it. Full of crap. But check
It's
this
fake,
out,
man.
right? And look, and I put that good word, as a basis for my beliefs, and right now, I believe we in the last days, and all these world governments, all these people in power, they like you said, they're all the same people, and they're all in it for one thing, and they all serve. You know what I'm saying? And it really just, Freemasonry, because that's where it really kind of starts. Freemason is it's not only the gateway into like other secret societies, like you said, deep state and all these other stuff, which really all believe in the same doctrine, but they also lead up to, they also have like the same beliefs the Freemasons. And as you go into the higher levels and degrees of Freemasonry, they start off saying, oh, we believe in God, or, real religious source or whatnot. But what
They
it
are.
really is when you get to them higher levels, they'll tell you that they believe that Lucifer is God and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? That's what have all that symbolism, like the evil eye, people covering up the one eye over the head. You got the all-seeing eye, Lucifer and whatnot. Like all this, like I said, you look at the signs and the symbols. This world is run, every bit of it. The people at the top are all serving their a satanic organization, from your entertainers to your politicians, celebrities, to your, like I said, world leaders, presidents, prime
Yep.
ministers. They're all in it for one thing. So like I say, that was good, but the way I see it, how they say, Satan is like the god of this world, because this world is drowned and just soaked and corrupted with sin, and the
I
people
don't think
who
Satan's the
run the
god of this world,
world.
man.
No, he's not
Wait,
like a literal
Okay,
God,
okay,
but when they
okay. Hang
say
on.
that,
Time
they
out.
mean that
Jackson's
he.
got. Listen,
wait. Here's
Jackson.
the thing.
Hang on. Jackson has his hand raised. Go ahead, Jackson.
All right. Here's what's actually happening in Ukraine. In 2014, U.S.-backed rioters overthrew the legitimate president, and a new one was elected into place that supported the West. So
CIA
Russia didn't like
installed.
that, huh?
CIA installed.
Yeah,
Oh
basically.
yeah. I mean, it's still fake, but
Yeah, but Russia didn't
Fake
like
and
it,
gay.
so they annexed Crimea. A couple of states in the east broke away, and it's led up to this, a full-on invasion. Now they're going to try to demilitarize all of Ukraine and probably occupy it. And they're doing that okay so far, but they're leaving a lot of tanks behind for some reason.
You
They're
know
not
what? You know what my theory is? I'll tell you what my theory is. This is the go. This is the true. This is what's really going on. Is that they're just a bunch of gangs rival. Fighting for rivalry. See who's the strongest gang. That's all it is.
That's all government, my dude.
a bunch of
That's all.
gangs.
Yeah, a bunch of gangs. It's
Governments are just gangs with fancy suits.
There's just gangs all over, from whether it's the government or whether it's behind the government. There's a gang over here in this country, a gang over there, and a gang over there, and they're all vying for control of everybody.
Well, man, hey, do you guys play chess, man?
Well, that's the thing.
You guys play
Violence
chess
is necessary for
every
it.
day.
Violence.
I'm too dumb to play chess.
I play chess
Man,
every day.
if you kind of watch, if you guys,
often I'm playing chess while these streams are going on. But good.
I play 3D
oh really?
checkers.
Yeah, man.
Play Yu-Gi-Oh.
Game boards being set up. I mean, realistically, here's what's going to happen, because there's a lot of things going on with Israel taking Ukraine's back now. They were taking Russia's back, and we're going to end up sanctioning Russia. And what's going to happen is China's going to step in and kind of take some of the weight off to where it's not really going to matter. So now you got the battle lines being drawn with Russia and China, and then you have the battle lines being drawn with Ukraine, which I feel like is just a Trojan horse, and then Israel, and then America, and then you got the European Union, you got NATO. So you kind of see everybody, in the South China Sea, there was all this stuff going on, China encroaching and making a huge Navy position, and they were kind of setting that up all over the last couple of years, building all these man-made islands and stuff. So I don't think that this is something that's just kind of in the works. And then at the exact same time, I feel like that's also being primed. We also got a civil war kind of situation going on on our own borders, with some people wanting to take Russia's side, people wanting to take Ukraine's side. We got congressmen saying we need to be doing more for Ukraine and all this, when I really think it's just a Trojan horse just to try to get us like literally ideologically subverted into, like, groomed into this whole thing with communism. You know, you got people saying, oh, look at Putin, he was talking about the Bolsheviks, how the Bolsheviks were bad. Oh, he's talking about the left and all the evil deep state. See, Putin's on our side, and all this crazy rhetoric where it's just like cognitive dissonance. Nobody knows what to believe. Everybody's just looking for a side to team up on, and it's just like everybody wants to root for their camp. And you got people that literally don't even know where Ukraine is on a map, couldn't even point it out, and they're sitting here talking about like geopolitics. Like, bro, sit down. It's a fake war. You can have real combat, but it can be real combat, but it's still a fake war. I mean, like, we saw that all throughout the Middle East. It's all smokescreen, psyop, proxy wars, literally just
Syria was a proxy war.
That's
it's crazy, bro.
Okay, the reason Israel is very interested in Ukraine is because they have one of the largest populations. For example, Jews occupy 80% of positions of Ukraine governments.
Well, and Russia too.
But there's
And
Jews
Russia
over,
too.
they are Jews.
Hey, I like
It's
that
Russia too, man.
Illuminati card game you got going on in the back. I don't know. I just want to point that out. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I put it on my channel yesterday. If you want to check it out, bro, it's all the Illuminati.
Oh
cards.
yeah, I know all about that. I did too.
If
I used to
anybody
have a
else
little-
wants to check it out, I put it on my channel. It's all the Illuminati card games with some truth music in the background. So they're talking about the New World Order and the Illuminati and stuff. So it came out. It came out pretty good, but I forgot to mute myself because I was playing two videos at the same time. So that was a little echo. So I might have to do it again. But it's still decent, bro, because I had never seen all the Illuminati cards. So it was pretty cool. You know what I mean? There was a lot of cards that I hadn't seen before. And,
Dang, LPG, you better hope they don't find your channel. You're going to get canceled.
Bro, I got one strike already for the mask and, vaccine, stupid shit. But I'm on one strike. But I figured because I had uploaded the video of the music. The music, it's like it's an album. It's ODD TV, Never Sleep Again. It's the name of the album. So I had put that in my channel already. So I was like, I should be all right with this. But it's still pretty good. Even though it's like 3 years old, it's still pretty relevant, bro. It's funny how the truth never dies. You know what I mean? This New World Order, Illuminati, one world government, one world currency. So they can have the Antichrist. It's not going away, bro. It's not going away. So people that talked about it 20 years ago, like the guy they killed, what was his name? Bill Cooper. If you listen to any of his stuff, it's still super relevant to this day. Even Ken Hobbink's Creation Seminar 5 is real good because he talks about Georgia Guidestones and
talking about Bill Cooper.
It is a really good
Bill
seminar.
Cooper, yeah, bro. Huh?
Hey, look, something to notice too, man. This is another reason why all this is just a screen psyop, man. Look, I don't know if you guys know, but is Putin? You guys know who Netanyahu is, the old prime minister of Israel? Well, him, Netanyahu, and Putin were really hand in hand on this whole war on terror and stuff 20 years ago, like after 9/11. They have been buddy over the last 20 years. The Israeli lobby is huge, and that's why I really think that they're switching sides. Like now, all of a sudden, like they're hating on Putin now after Netanyahu's like huge. They have like gotten all these Zionist awards, stuff like that, Putin. So now all of a sudden Israel's switching sides to Ukraine. I think it's because Israel's such a huge lobby and they really want to get the support of the American people over to Ukraine and just build that Trojan horse. And I really think that Israel is going to try to unite Ukraine with America under this whole like Judeo-Christian like paradigm nonsense, just so they can introduce it as a Trojan horse. And I don't know, man, it goes back to the Dome on the Rock, man, and trying to reinstate temple sacrifice
and some sanctions and stuff. That's
They
what
did
I
that
hope
to
for.
Trump too. They backstep Trump
Man,
after.
Hey, look, I voted for the guy twice. But he's still a shill, man. He's absolutely a shill.
Yeah,
he
was a
got
shill.
bailed out in the 90s by the Rothschilds. He's a shill for Roy Cohen, Roger Stone, all these like ultra neocon Zionists, dude. I mean, it's
what's
all
his name?
fake
Jones?
on both
Yeah,
sides.
yeah. Jones has been a show since the '90s.
Okay, I think you guys, you may take everything as a psyop to a little bit too far out.
Well, this is how you spot a conspiracy.
Because at the end of the day, you have are there psyops going on? Absolutely. Are there misdirections and false flags happening all over the
triple
place.
agents, quadruple agents, all that shit, dude.
There is, but there's also fact in different places. They can be hidden, but they're still, at the end of the day, humans still draw lines, and that is reality. And throughout history, there's always been moments where there's been pivots in the pathway that everything seemed to be on, and it's always been the result of a few who take a stand at some point, right, against the underlying manipulations that are going on. If you don't go just read Machiavelli's The Prince, right? If you want a foundation for that kind of concept. So anyway, I think where we're at right now is, and I am in no way, shape, or fashion supporting Putin's move in Ukraine. However, I will argue,
that was a disclaimer. You're definitely supporting Putin. That was absolutely a disclaimer right there. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Actually. And if the next person that interrupts me is going to be kicked out, because I'm not going to. I've been listening to a bunch of people go back and forth about psyops for the last 30 minutes. And I'm making a point, and
you're right.
You're not. I do not allow people to make assertions about what I'm stating. Okay, I'm clarifying my point right now. Stop the op. You're already on thin ice with me after the dumpster fire the other night. So don't push it. You got me?
Got you, buddy.
Do we understand each other? Okay, cool. Now put yourself on mute and I'll tell you when you can talk. Now, in relation to what's going on in Ukraine right now, I think it's rather obvious that Putin saw an opportunity to pivot away from where things are heading and is trying to seize an opportunity. However, it is backfiring on him horribly, and I don't think he recognized that he was actually being served up as the bait for the ultimate making Ukraine the Trojan horse that we're talking about. Ukraine definitely is the Trojan horse. There's no doubt about that. But I think this is also a mechanism to take out somebody like Putin, who is a little bit more of a wild card in the overall globalist objectives. They've crashed the ruble was at like 84 cents to the dollar. It's now less than 1 cent. There's
back up.
To what? 5 cents?
I don't remember, but it's heading back up.
Okay, well, as of like yesterday, it was 1 cent. Let's see what it is right now. Dude, it's currently it's 9.1. It's not. Anyway, it's 0.9 cents. So anyway, so my position is still correct. Anyway, my point is that I think they're using this opportunity to take out a wild card, because Putin is ultimately a variable in this whole globalist takeover equation. If you don't think that's fine, but this is obviously a massive. The Ukraine is serving as a cover for the collapse of the COVID argument, and the moves that were made in the power grabs that were being justified by COVID on the global level, the ridiculous amount of money printing and quantitative easing that's been happening. And now we're at the position where all the central banks are having to deal with quantitative tapering and lowering the balance sheet of all of the assets they purchased, because we're the debt bubble is coming due right now. And historically, how do you circumvent debt bubbles? Well, or deal with debt bubbles. It's always been war. That's the standard move. Except in this context, they're always also having to deal with the fact that all the power grabs have been going on for the past 2 years. The supposed justification for that is imploding in front of them. So what do you need to do? You need to have a war to distract the masses from the fact that their wealth has been extracted and transferred to the elites, and our freedoms have been taken away, and our economies are on the edge of collapse, and they are literally operating from the perspective that by 2030 you will own nothing and you will be happy, quote unquote. So if that's their objective, what do you need? You need a distraction. And if you can also take out an unknown variable like a Putin, it's an advantage, because I don't think he was anticipating the pushback being their banks being cut off from SWIFT and all the other moves the EU is doing after Biden had already said that, well, don't take over the whole country and we'll let things slide. And now they make their move, and anyway. Go ahead, Jackson. You had your hand raised.
Yeah, they tried to do that with Assad and they failed, and they'll fail with Putin.
They might fail with Putin. they might feel with Putin, but I think that I think that the globalists, this is the all-in moment for them, because if the central banks are not able to pull off all the digital currencies and the ultimate digital control of the economy, and have those power positions in place, if they don't pull that off, then their gamble on taking over the freaking planet fails. And again, I really think they view Putin as an unknown variable. However, it seems to me that, which is kind of surprising to me, initially the Chinese seemed to be approving of the Ukraine move, but then today there were some things they talked about in terms of like getting their own citizens out of Ukraine, and they seemed like a slight pivot from their support of Putin on that move. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But anyway, go ahead.
You know what? One funny aspect of this whole thing is how liberals and the Democrats are like supporting Ukraine, but a bunch of them are also like a bunch of the Ukrainians are Nazis. So it's like a real 404 moment.
Ukraine are a bunch of Nazis. They are.
But they got a bunch of segments who are Nazis.
Yeah, the Azov Battalion. Azov
Yeah.
Battalion, however it's pronounced.
Yeah, so the liberals are confused. Like, wait, I thought we were like supporting
literal
the
Nazis in there.
Well,
Yeah.
and the thing that Stop the Op was saying that was really pissing me off and irritates the fire out of me is the assertion that nobody can possibly analyze things and be like, okay, I can see Putin's point of view, I can see the leftist point of view, and how they're constructing their positions,
I'll be back.
but also operating from the perspective that there is massive amounts of manipulation going on, and that somehow it's actually possible to not limit yourself to only one frame of reference if you have an IQ high enough to be able to see multiple points of view, which is why in the context of, you talked about playing chess. Well, I played over 100,000 games of chess in my life. Part of the fun for me is being able to see multiple perspectives and strategies and lines of logic. So I get very irritated when people try to be like, "Oh no, there's no way anybody could possibly have a ability to think about things from multiple perspectives." It's
Just
very small-minded.
LPP. It's just a coincidence, bro. Just chemicals, bro. Just coincidence. Stop noticing patterns.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if we look at everything at face value, it's kind of a two-dimensional way of looking at everything. I mean, to think that these guys aren't out playing golf together, and you see the connections and you see the backroom deals and who these guys finance through and all the umbrella corporations that all these guys are all sitting on the exact same board members of, it's just kind of strange to think that these guys are all kind of like at odds with each other at the same time. And there's actually this, I think if anything, that's more of the conspiratorial way to think than actually looking at the dots and connecting it and saying, okay, this looks like a psyop, not coming up with a whole story based on insider information and all these other things that you know what I'm saying? Like, we can see who people pardon, we could see all these politicians, we could see the lobbies that they're involved in, and the narrative kind of tells itself, and you're a chess player, man, you should know.
I mean, it's obvious that there's BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street. I mean, they control. I mean, collectively, that's like $23 trillion in assets, I believe. And I mean, they have the majority positions between them in the vast majority of major corporations on the planet. So there's huge amounts of influence that are being leveraged by a very small number of people. And it's obvious they control and have implemented allowed to come to power a large percentage of the world's leaders. I mean, Schwab talks about this all the time in terms of who, the World Economic Forum and those different groups have been able to influence and put into power, not just the direct leaders, but also the cabinet positions. But again, my earlier point is that historically speaking, when the moves are being made, usually there ends up being one or two variables that pivot against the narrative. And I'm just saying that I'm wondering if in this historic context, the pivot in this right now is Putin. And that's why there's such a hard pushback going on against him in relation to Ukraine, when in reality, why is the world going into this complete and utter, everything on the news and the UN, every speech in the UN Parliament, most of the first 30 minutes of freaking Biden's State of the Union address today was about the freaking Ukraine and Russia problem. And it's like, what geopolitical significance does Ukraine have to the United States from a macro view?
Exactly. You're
Basically,
exactly
none.
right, man.
It's
You're
a
exactly right.
narrative. It's a narrative to distract us from the implosion of the power grab that's been going on for the past 2 years, and a way to supposedly justify the ongoing power grabs they're getting ready to push through from a war perspective. Of, I mean, hey, like, think about this. Okay, if those jackasses, which they, by the way, the EU today, I forget the exact vote, but it was like, there was only 13 people in the European Union who voted against allowing Ukraine to join the EU on the like just in an emergency session, right? And what's going to stop them from doing a emergency addition of Ukraine to NATO? Well, I don't know what's going to stop them. If they do that, we're in, like, anybody who thinks we're not on like the potential edge for a ridiculous
Article 5
world war of Article 5 activation is a naive fool. And whether or not it's justified is irrelevant, because World War One, with the assassination of, what was it, Archduke Ferdinand or whatever his name was, like, why did that start a world war, right? Like, why was that the catalyst? Oh, it was all these freaking crazy trees and stuff. Okay, fine, you can like connect dots, but in reality, that led to the death of what, almost 100 million people.
Yeah, around there.
I mean, obviously, at least in the past century, the justifications for incredible amounts of, just devastation have not needed to be all that substantive. If you're able to control the narrative. Good.
I was gonna say, so like, we never get on the talks of like a world war. I guess I wanted to say, like, do you think it'd be fought in a more conventional sense, or do you think they're just gonna start chucking nukes? I mean, me personally, I think it's gonna be more conventionally fought, but a lot of people are convinced that it's just gonna be a firestorm. But I don't think
It's gonna be like another Vietnam, bro. It's gonna be like another Vietnam. There's gonna be a bunch of people sent overseas to die in a war.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Not necessarily like that, but like more like a. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, maybe, but think about it this way, right? So I was thinking about this the other day, actually. So let's say Russia and China become the new allies, right? In that context, you'd have the number 2 and the number 3 most powerful countries on the planet, who also happen to control 80-something% of the surface area of Asia, right? You would also control the eastern portion of Europe. And then you would control let's get real, with the islands that Stop the Alpha was referring to earlier and all that stuff. Like, China could immediately control the most pivotal shipping lanes in the world immediately, right? They already control the Panama Canal, right?
Yeah, they're the number 1 navy in the world.
So they have all these positions they've already been building up. And if Russia and China tell the world, like, listen, Europe. I mean, I'll put it this way. A couple of years ago, I did the math. I think it's grown a little bit since then, but when I did the math, probably like 4 or 5 years ago, if you combined the militaries of every major country in the European Union, they had less than 1 million soldiers. I think now it's like 1.4. If you combined all the countries together, okay? So that's like, yeah, okay, cool.
No,
so
it's not shaping up to.
Russia has 2 million in reserves alone.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And then China has 1.4 billion people, and in case you guys have forgotten, they have a woman problem, a woman shortage. It's like 60, almost 70% of their population is male.
Yeah.
Okay. Horrible. So they have a lot of cannon fodder to send on to any war. So think about that, right? You could, the United States population is what, 330 million?
Yeah.
So you could obliterate 300, the equivalent of the United States population out of China, and they would still have 1.1 billion people left. Like, this is nuts, right?
So China and Russia would stop.
So what I'm saying, ultimately, I'm going with this in terms of whether or not where would the world go. I'm not saying there wouldn't be conflict, but my point is that if Russia and China unite from an allied perspective, which is they already have trade, there's all sorts of relationship right there in place, right? What are you going to do? What's the rest of the world going to do? Honestly, Like, hey, we have hypersonic missiles, we got nukes, we're the number one and the number two most powerful countries on the planet. China is the manufacturing capital of the world, right? Russia has so much natural reserves of both oil, minerals, all that kind of stuff. Like, if they say, hey, you guys mess with us, we're going to blow you up, what's the rest of the world going to do? Like,
not even the U.S.?
Like, we can't fight. No. The United States could not. This is recognized by the Pentagon. The United States could not fight on two fronts at all. Like, this is well recognized. So we're going to fight. You actually think you think we go fight the number one and the number two most powerful countries on the planet at the same time, without both all civilizations being imploded from a nuclear perspective? Like, get out of town. It's fantasy land. So that's why I say this is like a bunch of this is bluffs. And I personally, I think that Putin initially thought that there was no way anyone would call his bluff on the move that's being made. And they're trying to call the bluff, but I think this is actually a manipulation to try and spark war to cover for all the stuff that's been going on this past 2 years. But anyway, I yield.
Hey, wait, man, you play chess. Back to chess, man. I mean, you play chess. You know, as soon as you go start setting up your board, a lot of times the first move that you make to initiate is going to be a bold move. And what he made was a bold move. And he's got his piece set up, man. The whole reason why they lost the Cold War in the first place is because they went broke trying to build a navy that was stronger than the U.S. And now if they're with China, with the strongest, number one strongest navy in the world, and I mean, they got China has like our shipping ports over in, which should be a matter of national security over there in California. They own like are one of our largest shipping ports in the country. So it's kind of like, man, we're in the middle of an artificial economic war. That's the reason why all this shit's gone up. War doesn't do anything for economics. If anything, it makes everything go up even more. So it's kind of like we're getting the squeeze put on us right at the same time all these moves were set up. And I really think that move with Putin's a bold move. I mean, I think he knows what he's doing. I don't think it was like a half step, you know? I mean, it's just my opinion, though. I mean, I don't know.
No, I'm going to agree with you. I think Putin's making a very bold move. And the point I was making is I don't think that there's a lot of folks that are trying to frame, like, try to act like it's just a facade that Putin's making. I'm like, no, I think he made a very calculated, bold move gamble that the world's economy, supply chains are so, jacked up right now. Like, what are people really going to do? Is like, because who do you have to worry about? The United States? That's it. I mean, what's Europe going to do other than, oh, we're cutting you off from the SWIFT banking system, and we're going to see some of your Russian company owned ships. The French are doing their little shenanigans. Yeah. Like, okay, fine. Well, so Putin can just be like, okay, you get zero natural gas, Europe. And right now, Europe doesn't have like the Germans can talk a big game. But the Germans also have no real fallback position. And part of the no fallback position stems from the fact one of the things that the reason EU doesn't have much of a fallback position right now is because during the Obama administration, when the European Union wrote a formal request to Congress to authorize more natural gas export licenses in order for the stated reason to not be dependent on Russia, not only had the Obama administration refused to grant the export licenses, Congress had no balls, and they also didn't authorize the export licenses. So the import ports were never made in Europe, at least not to the extent they would have been. And so now, fast forward to now, you have the pipelines that have been put into place. So now Europe is even more dependent on Russian gas than they were back in 2015, I think it was. And it's not like something this can't just be magically fixed tomorrow, right? So Europe is dependent on Russia for at least several more years. No way around it. And if anybody thinks that this big talking game is going to last forever, short of war, is living in a fantasy land, in my opinion.
Hey, LPP, I got another question for you. So I was gonna say, and I know you're a Christian, so that's really why I wanted to ask you this. Do you think the day of the Lord will be before or after a World War III scenario, if it were to happen?
Well, I mean, one of the four horsemen is the red horseman is the horseman of war. So,
right.
To me, in my opinion, if you look at what's happening, you have the pale horse, the red horse, the black horse, and the white horse, right?
The pale
Well,
horse is disease, is plague, right?
yeah, you have disease, war, famine, and what's the other one?
Death. I think it's death, right?
Yeah, that is the fourth one.
Yeah.
The first
So-
one is it gets a crown, bro. It's funny because crown is corona with arrows, you know, the pointing things.
But think about where
Second
the
one is strife. Third one is hunger. Fourth one's death.
But just think about the trajectory we're on, right? So
right,
from an end times perspective, there's supposed to be wars and rumors of wars, right? But then
That's what
in
we're in.
Revelation, you have disease. Well, heck, what's going on right now? We got some weird disease stuff going on.
We
and
got COVID. We got rumors of World War III. I see the signs in that. I know the horsemen are coming.
But then the was it the white horse? No, the pale horse is the. Okay, it's the black horse. The black horse. The black horse is the one of is the economy one, right? The
black horse is death.
No, the white horse is death. I think
The white
Let's
horse.
see.
Oh,
What does
You're
the
supposed to
black
know this stuff.
horse represent? I think it's.
You're right. You caught us slipping.
First one is crown,
Yeah.
arrows. Second one is strife. Third one is hunger. Fourth one is death.
Let's see. Yeah, the third one is the black horse. Yeah, the balance scale. Yep.
Okay.
So our economy, the global economy, is on the edge of implosion, right? Like the supply chain, the debt bubbles. I mean, like this is why I was talking earlier about why would they want war? It's to cover for the debt bubbles that are on the edge of implosion, right? Like the unfunded liabilities for the United States, as an example, is no less than $140 trillion. That's not counting the $30 trillion we just passed in like the normal debt. The European Union countries are in a similar state. The Chinese economy is massively over-leveraged. You got companies like Evergrande, which is like the largest. It makes Evergrande makes Lehman Brothers look small, and they defaulted at the end of last year, and we still haven't even seen the cascade of that problem yet. I mean, there's so many different things that we're on the edge of, and so ultimately, what I'm saying is like we have all the horsemen, the four horsemen of the apocalypse, right? All of those are like lined up, ready to be implemented.
Oh yeah,
Like-
I see that.
Like
I mean,
it's just sitting
yeah.
there, ready to go, not on a local level, on a global scale, right? It's ready to freaking rumble. And so, to your point, in like what's going on here, where's it lining up for? To me, where's the day of the Lord? It seems to me like the World War III would just be a part of the things that lead up to the day of the Lord. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay. So like World War III, would you say like if and when World War III happens, that would be more like what's it called? A tribulation time period for us? 'Cause I know it's supposed to be coming up on great tribulation soon. I believe in post trib rapture, personally.
I mean, I'm either mid or post, but I kind of bounce back and forth.
Yeah,
But
like one of those two. Cause like the reason why I'm not pre, and I'm sure some other Christians, might have something to say on that, but I'm not pre-trib mainly cause I kind of like think back to kind of like stories like how with Peter, how he denied Jesus and whatnot, and I feel like during tribulations, they're gonna be persecuting Christians, rounding them up, executing them and whatnot. And the mark of the beast is coming out or would be out. So I'm thinking around those times, that's when we'll see, will they fold up like in those other stories, or will they rep the Lamb of God even if it cost them their lives. That's why I believe it's gonna be like you said, like pre or during. Like I believe that the Christians are gonna have to suffer with everyone else. I don't think we get a free ticket out of this. I don't know. Pre-trib just sounds too sweet to me. And when something sounds sweet, and I'm not, trying to harp on it saying it's wrong, but I know the devil like to make things sound sweet too. That's why I kind of lean more towards post-trib, because I believe in a merciful God, but I also believe in a fair God. You know what I'm saying? His righteousness reigns on the just and the unjust, and I believe the just and the unjust will have to suffer equally as well. You know what I'm saying? So that's just me on that. That's why I asked, like, during the whole World War III, because I believe there's probably some Christians out there now thinking that the rapture gonna come before even World War III. You got these preachers talking about, oh, all this bad stuff is happening. Oh, but we get to get out early. We get to get out ahead of time. Like, nah, that's not fair. And if there's one thing our Lord is fair. So I don't know. That's just my stance on that.
No, I agree with
Guys,
that, man. Like, yeah, what's up, Jackson?
Is any of that logical, plausible, or probable?
Yeah.
Yes. My question.
Which specific thing? Which specific thing are you talking about, Jackson?
I don't know, all of it. The Revelation stuff.
Because the Jews were expecting Messiah to save them from all the problems, from Rome and everything, and it never happened like they were expecting. And probably the same thing's going to happen with the tribulation. The Christians are probably going to go through the tribulation.
I just think humans are dumb and are killing each other. I don't think there's a.
I'll go even simpler for you, Jackson. So if we have the presupposition that an almighty God created the universe from nothing, then what's wrong with believing that something which is infinitesimally less impressive than that could happen?
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying.
I mean, you asked if it's logical, plausible, or probable. I mean, you believe the universe poofed into existence. I believe God created the universe. So
that's something called the universe. I don't think it just poofed into existence.
Okay, well, I believe it is the something, and if that's logical, probable, and plausible, then yes, I do believe it is logical that through supernatural means, stuff like that can happen. Heck, I see the signs and the symbols. Open your heart to Christ, you'll see it too. Go ahead.
Yeah, having a God is obvious. And if you can't see it, you're just in denial because it's just so obvious. Because nothing can make itself, nothing can direct itself, no matter can order itself or program itself or even make itself. It all has to come from an infinite power source.
So if that's possible, then everything else just falls in line.
Any little bit of energy always comes from a greater source of energy. That's the whole thing about the gods. The God of gods. Every power, every lightning force, every volcano force is always coming from a greater force. So eventually you have to have an infinite power for everything.
Hey Jackson, would you sleep in a morgue?
Nothing can make itself. Energy can't make itself. Energy can't order itself. Energy can't direct itself. Neither
I've
can
slept in
matter.
some scary places.
What?
I've slept in some scary places.
Have you slept in a graveyard?
No, but I think I would.
So here's what I think needs to happen.
Double dare.
I think that Mark and Jackson need to have a sleepover.
Yeah, sleepover.
In a morgue.
In the morgue.
In a morgue.
He already said he did.
No, but he said he'd be afraid to do it. So I think that.
No, but you got to make them.
Now, Jackson, if you were there, I think that you might be able to comfort Mark.
Right, he might get through it then.
He might be able to make it through.
Yeah.
But if not, let's say you guys do see ghosts, then maybe you can both come to realize that there is something more to this plane of existence, and it'd be very interesting. Although I would actually give greater likelihood of Jackson being able to see the big picture if they saw ghosts. Mark, I think, would probably come up with some additional rabbit trail to not actually address the significance of what they had witnessed, and still would maintain that there is nothing.
He's just gonna say it was the chemicals in his brain making this illusion.
Well, I think ghosts would prove a god, but it still wouldn't necessarily prove which one it was.
Because when God said, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I'm well pleased," they said it thundered. They said, "Oh, what was that thunder?" They just refused to believe.
Jackson, if you do see a ghost with harmful intent, are you gonna start praying? And so, to which god?
No, I would think I would say, "What's going on?" And how bad does it suck to exist forever in that crappy plane of existence?
Ladies and gentlemen, we now know that Jackson would be the character in the horror movie who gets eaten by the ghost.
Right.
There's always that one character in every movie who's like, "Oh my goodness, what's going on? What are you?" And then they get eaten first.
Or he'd be the one character to get like demon possessed if he came across like a demonic spirit instead of a ghost.
Yeah, it's probably more likely.
That's true because when that happens, it usually is the nice one that happens to. So
the nice one who has no faith on top of that.
Right, but it's the nice one, the the nerd, or just the sweet person, and they turn into like the evil stabbing.
Are you calling me a nerd?
Are you claiming you're not?
Am I? Am I?
There's nothing wrong being a nerd.
Okay, Jackson, did you get laid with that date?
Not supposed to in a few days.
Okay, you're a nerd.
Now hold up,
As
Jackson.
before.
Do you or have you ever watched anime in your life?
No, I haven't really watched anime.
Hey, I watch anime.
Okay, gentlemen, listen.
Oh, we know you watch anime.
Listen,
I do
there
too,
is
I ain't gonna
no
lie.
need, there is no need to even question whether or not Jackson is a nerd. He
I'm a
literally,
science nerd. I guess.
Okay, nerd is not an
Sure.
insult.
It's not.
Dork is an insult. Nerd is not.
All right.
And I've never. I classify myself as a nerd. So
I'm a nerd.
There's a big dork
Yeah,
is like
don't try to
the
put me
idiot.
in with all the other young atheist YouTubers who have never had sex, because I'm not one of those.
I'm sure. You're talking about the neckbeards? Yeah.
Right, those.
Well, hang on. What are neckbeards? I'm unaware of this.
You know, like the atheist neckbeards, like your amazing atheist.
Aaron Rock.
Okay, so I would wager that Aaron Raw has probably gotten laid because there's a whole female
Well, he is
demographic
married.
that likes that vibe, which is weird. But
Plus, he's married, so.
I'm
Yeah,
sure he's using like
he's still a neckbeard though.
He's
Yeah,
appealing to
okay,
super
but I'm asking you to clarify what is neckbeard. I am unaware. I don't know what this term means.
It's like kind of a fat dork with a neck beard.
You ever seen the Amazing Atheist?
Yeah, he's kind of a neck beard.
Yeah, he's like the standard atheist neckbeard. He is
the
the
literal neckbeard. Did he get clapped by Matt Powell?
Oh my, okay.
No, that was somebody else, I think.
I think that was Godless Engineer. Never mind.
Okay, I see what you're talking about now.
He got it off of that.
Yeah.
Godless Engineer is a neckbeard too, by the way. If you know.
Yeah, he is a neckbeard. Who's also that new
You have to be fat
neckbeard?
to be a neck beard, or you just have to have a neck beard.
Pelagia, I think he's a neckbeard.
There are some soy boys who can't grow a neckbeard, but they would if they could.
See, okay, so I wonder how many of the people who hate neck beards are soy boys.
Well, now, okay, now what's a soy boy? Now that's something I don't know about.
Soy boy is more of a term. Well, it alludes to vegans who only want to they only want soy milk. I don't want real milk. I know. Is it? I just need some
so it's
soy.
a vegan thing. Okay.
Well, not just a vegan thing, but it's also just like more of a. It equates. It's usually referring to a feminine dude who wants to be like. Yeah.
Okay. So this is not that he's like gay. It's just like one of them. One of them. He's one. Okay, he's one of them.
Yeah, he lacks testosterone. He just doesn't have it.
Okay.
Okay. So here's the definition. Okay, so soy boy is a pejorative term, usually or often used online in online communities to describe men lacking masculine characteristics. The term bears many similarities and has been compared to the slang terms cuck and low T. Two other terms popularly used
low T.
as an insult for male femininity by online communities.
I think somebody like that showed up at the boxing gym I go to. That boy got beat up. Just the way you're describing him, like he kind of had I don't know, I don't know, like he kind of looked like feminine, like the way like his mannerisms and whatnot. I don't know if he was vegan, but it's the way that it's physically described. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. We had a dude like that showed up. He actually asked to fight one of the more advanced dudes. And I go to a pretty hardcore gym, so it was a little while ago, but it was pretty funny to see. It man's had no hands because you said like no testosterone and whatnot, and like he, like I get it, fighting ability. That's not something that everybody has. You have to learn how to fight. Most people aren't born with the capability to do it. But after seeing that performance, I think I might be convinced otherwise. I feel like some people might just don't got the hands. I feel like some people just can't fight. Like I don't know if you guys have been in fights yourself, but like you know how some people throw punches. Like you have your people who know how to throw a punch, then you have your people. So basically, what my man's did, you know how the girls be doing the windmills.
Yeah.
So he trying to throw a jab, and instead of your arm going straight out, fist turning flat like it should, his arm coming up, like he shot his hand up, and he was like kind of coming down. It was like
that's a good way to break your thumb right there.
Nah, so basically he would like throw his hand up for like he would like shoot it upwards and then like kind of let his hand like fall down, like it was a weird like kind of half windmill jab. And
so
then
he was like, so he's like raising his arm up and then like bending the elbow and bringing it down a little bit.
like you know what I'm saying, like how the females be fighting. And then when this dude tried to throw his hook. Oh man, that was hilarious. He downed himself. He put himself into an 8 count, right? Because he was like trying to hook the dude, and no dude was like weaving him or whatever. Hey, dude, he was fighting. He slipped it. Like he slipped his hook, and then he like tripped because like his footwork was off. So he like tripped on the other dude's foot. Damn near knocked himself about the ring, but eventually they got him out of there because when he got into a rope and he was like trying to guard up and whatnot. I don't know, but I don't know. That's just funny to me. Like you got some people out here. Like, that's why I don't understand this whole woke body positivity movement. Like I don't know. As a man, I just feel like you should know how to protect yourself, or know how to use your hands. You don't got to be no pro fighter or nothing. But it's like just as a male, you should have hands. You know what I'm saying? My grandpas always used to tell me how back in their day, when they was my age, all the boys was out in them streets fighting and whatnot, And honestly, I feel like that's how it should. I feel like little boys and young men should fight. I don't.
Well, it's interesting the point. I agree with the point you're making there. It's interesting. My dad was telling me when he was in high school, if you had like confrontations and stuff, you were snatched up by the shop teacher or like the coach or whatever.
Yeah.
You were taken to the gym, and each boy was handed boxing gloves, and you had to fight it out. And very often, either like there was reconciliation, or they'd fight it out, and then most of the time would reconcile after they like fought each other.
Exactly. That's how a lot of when I was growing up, I used to get bullied and whatnot, and whenever or not all the time, but sometimes whenever they try me, shoot, I just get to throwing. A lot of the times we be cool after that. Like sometimes duking it out, they because it's all about this violence is bad and this and that plus guns. Why risk getting a bloody nose and you can just pull the trigger because human beings will always gravitate towards convenience. But I've always been a believer in a good fight. It can that dude that was bullying you can be your homie one day, and and I kind of grew up in them type of areas. So if somebody was hating or you pissed somebody off, you could risk getting jumped up somewhere. So you know what I'm saying. That dude could be your boy. Like I done seen it happen. I done see people used to be bitter enemies, man. Get them nice little 1-2s in. Cool right after that. Like I don't know. I just don't agree with the way society, mainly Western society, is raising up young boys these days. They raising up little females, man. Like, shoot, you can't say nothing about Christianity raising up boys. Shoot, God tell you to be strong, shoot, and whatnot. I just don't believe in men being.
Well, here's the deal. I agree with you, especially when you're young. As you get a little bit older and more responsibilities, it's more of a like, okay, is it?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I agree. I agree in youth, but
when you're young,
when you're young, the now for me, it's Yeah, exactly. Now for me as an adult with kids and all that kind of stuff, like something to lose. Like, yeah, I'm not. I will fight you if it's like protecting myself or someone else
If it's
from physical body
necessary.
harm. However, in that context, I will if I'm in a scenario in which that is the case, and it's reached the point where the violence is justified, there's a very high probability that I will just pull my gun and shoot you. Because I'm going to do everything in my power to have avoided getting to the position where I need to engage in violence. In this stage of my life, right? Younger days, totally different context. You fight with the boys, like that's totally different than like as an adult, quote unquote. Further up your food chain. It's like, man, 50-year-old guys in there. Oh yeah, we need all the guys in their like 50s, could be in 60s and 70s, to be out like fighting. Heck no, like that's ridiculous. However, I would be totally fine with us reinstituting duels. And personally, I think that all politicians should be required to engage in duels, specifically in relation to policy positions and votes that they engage in. So it's like, oh, you want to institute XYZ policy, and you want this legislation to come in, and you want to take away power for X, Y, and Z. You want to justify this kind of spending. Okay, fine. You must be prepared to defend your political position with blood. And because ironically, that's how it was for a very long time. And people didn't forget this, that in the United States, we had dual challenges issued on the floor of the House of Representatives on many, many, many occasions. There were all sorts of duels. Heck, there were duels between people who became president while they were campaigning. There were duels. And people forget that kind of stuff, man. Like there was a dude who challenged Abraham Lincoln to a duel, and then when Lincoln accepted the challenge, and of course as the challengee, he got to choose weapons. He chose an axe, and the person who challenged him rescinded the duel challenge. I guess after realizing that, oh crap, Abraham Lincoln is 6'4", 6'5", has been swinging axes for a long time, and has who knows how long of arms. There's not a prayer I'm going to be able to beat this guy. Like when your life suddenly comes on the line, the dogmatic positions you're going to take are magically going to implode if you don't actually have something of substance.
So when you say duels, you don't just
dancing around.
Yeah, this is the guy.
Is that Zelensky?
Yeah, that's him.
High heels,
oh my
leather
god,
pants, bro.
That's him.
Is he twerking? Oh heck no.
Like
Yeah, he's a flamer.
No better, bro. Just like the other guy said, like they're pitting one communist
Oh, they
against
got
the
a
other
goat in
communist,
that
and they
video
want us to
too.
choose
Yep.
a side so we can usher in communism with the
Satanist sacrifice
Soros
goats. They
Chinese
have
credit
goats in the
score.
video. Illuminati confirmed. Sorry.
What?
I said Satanist sacrifice goats. They have goats in the video. Illuminati confirmed. All right, my bad.
It's a pig.
Triangle.
Triangle.
I saw a triangle.
All right.
Illuminati confirmed. That
Bro,
triangles.
Illuminati's real, bro. It's mentioned in the Bible. They just call it the synagogue of Satan. It's the same thing. They've been around forever. They just changed names. They went from Freemasons to Jesuits to Knights Templars to Illuminati. It's the same thing. Like the other guy was saying, they all worship the same gods. Even if at some points they're working in different factions, so they can get us to pick a side. That's all, bro. So we picked the Satan, or we pick Lucifer, and at the end of the day, we end up killing each other, and they get all the property, all the land, more and more control. It's that's all it is, bro. It's an illusion. It's all an illusion of choice.
That is true. That's why they have this. They're very manipulative with this idea of property rights. What they're really trying to do with this idea of property rights is to basically have the government privilege a certain few to actually be able to buy that land, so they have a legal monopoly on that land. Land is just a way to get resources. You need resources.
Exactly, bro. Just like what they did to Native Americans, this was their land back in the days. They didn't pay taxes. They didn't have to worry about none of that. And they took their land, bro. And now we're living here, and we're conforming to the system, paying our taxes, getting a 9 to 5 or whatever job.
I don't work a 9 to 5.
School, indoctrinated. And then, well, even if you own your house, you still pay property taxes. So we're all part of this system that's been set in place for us through the ages. And now they're just doing it to us. Even to us, they're trying to what little freedoms we got, they're trying to take that from us.
Yeah, they're trying to turn everyone into a neoliberal wage slave.
Hey, you know, everyone in America is technically poor, or at least most people in the world, because they took away our real money, which was gold. That's what money that's what our real money is supposed to be, and they gave us these debt notes. So technically, no one is really wealthy. Like even some of the 1% aren't really rich. The really rich ones are the ones where they putting them gold bricks at and locking them up in the banks and whatnot. They have our real money. Back in the day, like think about it. How you go from gold coins to paper slips? Like I'm just saying, man. Don't say we're running low on gold. That's bullcrap. Oh, we got gold.
It wasn't even that. Like, because prior to that, like banks would have their own currency. So when they started centralizing, like the banknote, like you can only use $1 to make trade. Then it became a problem. That's why crypto's kind of big, because like it's about decentralizing.
Crypto's another thing, I think, bro, because they got us, oh yeah, our currency's bad, but then crypto's great, but that's what their goal was all along, was to take us to a cashless society. So now we're like cheering on the crypto with B and bro. If crypto wasn't controlled, bro, they wouldn't allow it to be like in gas stations, bro. I went to a gas station the other day, and there's like little ATMs and stuff in restaurants. If it wasn't controlled, bro, they wouldn't allow it, bro. They wouldn't allow it. So it's controlled too. It's where they want us to go. They want us to go to a cashless society. So nobody knows about the Bitcoin. It's all fishy, bro. It's all fishy.
Well, that's the thing. They can't control it. And why you hold U.S. dollar, you're also holding U.S. debt.
I'm saying we're in a fishy situation, bro. That's all I'm saying. I'm not, but having cash is better for now, because it's not tracked. You can buy whatever you want. If you go against the government, they can't just cut off your chip. You know what I mean? They can't just suck out your digital currency. You have the cash in your hands. You can make a run for it. Same thing by not getting microchip. People are like, oh well, you got your phone. I could throw my phone in the lake and make a run for it. You know what I mean? So I'm not 100% tracked.
Oh, but cash can make you sick. That's why they want to take it away. That's the narrative they're gonna push. Oh, dollar bills carry X, Y, Z disease. Now we gotta go to a cashless.
No, they want you to hold U.S. dollars, because that way they can get you to pay for the U.S. debt. They need you to hold the dollars. They don't want you to go to cryptos. Sure, cryptos are a bit scammy. A lot of them are scammy, but the cryptos aren't in debt. And the thing with what's wrong with cryptos is people are using them as they're using them as stonks rather than a currency, and that's what's currently bad about crypto. But once it picks up steam, once one of them picks up steam as an actual currency, pretty much the dollar is done for.
Yeah, well, the dollar keeps going down, bro, because they keep pulling trillions of dollars for all this stupid nonsense. Whatever. Now they're gonna, who knows how many more trillions of dollars they're gonna pull out for this Ukraine-Russia conflict, and then they just keep playing this. They just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Most people don't even like question it, or everybody's just hops on from one side up to the other side up, and we're just going along for the ride. And man, I don't know, man. How do you escape this thing? You got to move to some deserted island somewhere where you don't have to worry about dealing with nothing. I guess I don't know, bro.
Well, I think that's what we're trying to do. I think that's what they're trying to also do. They're trying to get people to like not be social. They're trying to break down the human spirit. And so when people want to isolate themselves, I think that's not how you should go about it. Because like,
you guys can come. You guys can come. Let's go to some deserted island somewhere and just start our own community.
Yeah, because like
also women first, so we can't convince a bunch of women to get with us losers.
No.
Yeah, that's the thing.
All right, hang on. This is why the world is doomed. This is hilarious. Okay.
Until the Lord comes back.
You wait for it, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss this. Everybody pay attention to the words of the leader of the free world. Oh my. We are dealing with a special person, folks. All right. Pay close attention. It's only 11-second long clip, so listen carefully.
Because you can't build a wall high enough to keep out a vaccine. The vaccine can stop the spread of these diseases.
What? You can even see her face in the background.
You can't build a wall high enough to keep out these diseases.
Play the clip where he says
What?
Armenians instead of Ukrainians.
Look at her face in the background. It's like just smile and wave.
Oh man,
Joe Biden is a damn puppet.
The world is. I mean, this is just. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, folks. It's
But I'm
just-
sure everybody here knows Joe Biden's just a
Wall
puppet.
high enough to keep out a vaccine. The vaccine can stop the spread of these diseases.
You can see, look at their faces in the back. They're like, what?
Just smile and wave, boys. Just smile and wave.
Oh man,
I feel like
it
Biden
is-
was placed there on purpose, bro. Because I don't know.
100%, 100%.
Yeah, dude.
He is the old dude. Biden is the epitome of the puppet. I mean,
they want to make us look stupid.
They're not
bro.
even
They
trying to
wanna make us
hide it
look stupid or
anymore.
something.
They're not even trying.
I mean, Biden doesn't even realize. Here's the thing: the reason I say he's a puppet is, it's not like they're controlling him. He doesn't even know what he's doing. It's obvious. Like
He tries to read the teleprompter, but he can't.
I mean, I would say it's obvious. Okay, listen, it's obvious that he doesn't understand half of what he's saying, because have you guys seen the press conferences where he literally reads like "end of quote" or "end of speech"? It's like, bro, that's in the teleprompter. You know not to say "end of quote." You've been reading teleprompters for 50 years, and you're saying things like "unquote" or "end of quote." Like, can't make this stuff up. You can't
I
make
don't
stuff
know
up.
if Biden's gonna survive the whole term of his presidency. He looked like he could drop dead any day.
How did he manage to be worse than Carter?
There was a president that said, I think it was Carter actually, that said that the way a woman's going to become a president of the United States, if something happens to the president and the woman is the vice president, and it might come true, bro. We'll see. I don't know if it will or not, but
It's
I guess
so bad.
Carter's
I think
taking Chad now.
Who's
I
the
think
vice president? Camilla Harris?
Yeah, I think we need to have her.
Oh, if
You
she's
can't-
president, we're screwed.
Out a vaccine. The vaccine can stop the spread.
Look at her face.
Okay, look at Kamala Harris's face right here. Like,
Oh my god.
she's like, I must control my lips. And Pelosi, look at Pelosi's face. She's like, am I hearing this right now? Oh man, it's too good. Look at that. Can y'all see her face?
Pelosi does look like she's trying hard not to laugh.
Let's make that. Let's get a little bigger there. I
she
mean,
looks like Skeletor.
oh man, I can't even. You can't even make this up, folks. It's
Well,
just-
that's nasty sound.
I mean,
Hey, how
let's
was
hear
the
it one
debate?
Because you can't build a wall high enough to keep out a vaccine.
You can't build a wall high enough to keep out a vaccine. Oh man.
Oh, yeah.
It's too good.
Oh,
All right,
maybe-
Jackson, what was the one you were telling me to play?
The one where he calls Ukrainians Iranians.
Oh, let me see if I can find that.
Maybe we should make like a gif of like the Kool-Aid Man, but it's Pfizer busting through the wall. Like, oh yeah, can't keep me out.
You could make a whole video just off of like a compilation, just off the stuff Biden says and does alone.
It's just a stream of consciousness from like a hobo on crack. It's like, oh, the pirate ship with the gold, and the Pfizer and the wall.
Hey, but I know one place that if you guys are debaters, I know the one place that none of y'all would debate and keep your sanity. It's called the Discord servers.
Oh man, hell no! I refuse to go to Discord. It's insanity.
Bruh,
Discord.
I went to a Discord server and literally the entire server was woke. I'm not even joking. There was not one person in that server who was not woke. Like,
Here we go. Okay, we got
it
the.
was insane.
Hang on. So Biden. Well, Putin is never going to gain the heart of the Iranian people.
Circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people.
Whoa, who's getting background noise right now?
May circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people. He'll never.
You see, Pelosi double blinked right there when he said that. Okay, hang on. There we go. All right.
Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people. He'll never extinguish their love of freedom, and he will never weaken the resolve of the free world.
The free world.
So I don't know if y'all saw like Kamala Harris. You see the look on her face. She's like, "Oh my goodness, did he just say that?" Pelosi kept it a little bit better, kept a straight face, but she double blinked. That was. Oh man, we're so screwed.
Yeah, we've been screwed though. I mean, we've been screwed.
I don't know. It's a perfect reflection of a current America. It's just limping old man, senile, gone senile.
One big circus. That is current America. Just one big circus.
Yeah, he's pretty.
Some people still waiting for the second coming of Donald Trump, like he's gonna save anything, but he's just he lies to your face and stabs you in the back, bro. Another puppet.
All right, let's see what this one is.
Unleashed violence and chaos. But while he may make gains on the battlefield, he'll pay a continuing high price for the long run. And a pound of Ukrainian people, proud people, pound for pound, ready to fight with every inch of energy they have.
It's so bad, folks.
Take him seriously when he talks. When he talks, he reminds you like that one old uncle that people kind of tell you to stay away from because he kind of, you know what I'm saying? He reminds you kind of that, like
sniffs you and touches up on you and has
like he does to his own staff. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you'd have to tell your niece or your daughter, like, don't go to old Uncle Biden. Like you cannot take Biden seriously, bro. Like when he talks, it's like you just naturally want to ignore what he's saying. Like I don't know. It's like he has so little authority and bass in his voice.
Jackson.
Damn. Who roasted? But yeah, it's like I don't know, man. We are.
Who said that?
Definitely.
What'd you say?
Our forces are not engaged and will not engage in the conflict with Russian forces in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies in the event that Putin decides to keep moving west.
Fight Ukraine, you idiot.
We're gonna fight Ukraine, bro. Let's get it.
No thanks.
It's so bad. We're so toast.
Like
you know, it's weird.
Over my words.
I'm coming to the Smoky Mountains with you, LPP. I'm going up there, bro. I think, man. Get some land.
And I'll come to my country island and we can smoke some backwoods together. We'll be fine.
Although to TJ's point, man, I am totally in favor of. I've thought about this since I was a little kid, to be honest. But the whole premise of like just starting a new civilization in like a coordinated fashion, it's like I don't understand why. I mean, there's actually been efforts to do this. There were, I think it was in Honduras or Guatemala, one of them. Some rich guys had made an original. This is like 2017, I think. They had made an agreement with the government of whichever country it was. I think it was Honduras, to basically give them quasi sovereignty if they would, and let them build like a city state on their land. And like, man, we need to do some of that. I actually think about today when I was driving around. I saw I was out in the middle of nowhere, and I was like, man, in the modern era with technology and equipment, all the things we could do, the United States government needs to. We talk about like solving the poverty problems and homelessness and all that kind of stuff. Like, we could just say, go back to the olden days, right? Of like, you get land and go out and stake your claim. You know, like we could. There's so much unused land in America, like just hundreds and hundreds of thousands of acres just millions of acres just sitting there completely unused. And yet we have people like being crammed into smaller and smaller geographic areas for higher and
There's
higher
enough
prices.
land, I feel like, for a good amount of people, but the problem is, and you already know this, LPP. This country is run by a bunch of greedy bastards. They're not gonna give us that. Like you said, when they keep cramming us into these smaller and smaller spaces, like
Yeah, they want to gather up the resources. They're not, for example, they're not just gonna let you start cutting down trees and building your own houses. No, that wood belongs to a company or a corporation. It's not your wood. It's not your property, right?
yeah, they just ain't got to it. All them unclaimed forest lands we've been seeing and whatnot, and nice little areas that look like you can shack up, really belong to these billion-dollar corporations who actually, like, dead ass have monopoly on the earth.
Yeah, like
You-
good luck trying to get oil.
They can track every thought you have on your phone and just keep you divided, so that way you guys can kill each other and we can kill each other, and they can own more and more land. I don't know, man. I feel like these people are so sick. They already have everything. Like
They want to
instead
keep the population dumb, complacent, and expendable. I feel like
that's why they teach us things like evolution and the Big Bang, things that can't be proven.
So,
Just NASA racks
because
and
if
jacks
people
up.
start
Big
believing they
Bad-
were made in the image of God, they're gonna have a little too much self-respect. Sorry, LPP.
So Big Bad Mama is the epitome of the useful idiot pawn for the globalists. It's like Trump gave a massive tax cut to global elites, and he duped religious fundamentalists into believing he was a religious populist. Okay, you stupid woman. So, under the 8 years of the Obama administration, the average yearly the income had increased like $1,100 or $1,200 over an 8-year period. It went up, I believe, almost $6,000 in the first 3 years of Trump's presidency. And then we go into a black swan event. Okay, so then you look at what's happened since all of that in the Biden administration, and although as the leftist moves were being put into place, you have a dramatic depreciation of income for the average person, but a skyrocketing of increase in wealth of the elites.
And war.
And yet you claim that I'm the idiot? People like me are the idiots?
You're still a Trump supporter, bro?
And war.
Oh man.
I'm in no way, shape, form, or fashion a dogmatic Trump supporter at all, because I have some serious issues with different moves he made. But
For
I'm
me,
saying,
it's like
hang on. I'm saying in the
Satan
direct
or Lucifer.
I'm saying in the direct context of from an economic perspective, right, and from following the Laffer curve economic principles, right. It was working. There's no economically, it is that is an unavoidable reality. The numbers do not lie in terms of the tax moves that were made by the Trump administration being dramatically economically beneficial. And if we don't have a black swan event in 2020, there's no telling where we would be at right now. I mean, no telling, because we were going hardcore.
Right.
But the standard dogmatic talking point of idiots like Big Bad Mama, who just talks trash all day long about stupid things she clearly doesn't understand, thinks that if a religious person supports a politician, therefore that must mean that they think that individual is exactly them, and it like believes everything they believe. And oh my goodness, this person's a Christian, I'm just gonna vote for them. Like the vast majority of religious folks were not under the not operating under the position that Trump was some kind of like holier than thou type. Like nobody expected him to be like, oh, he's like our pastor. Nobody was operating from that perspective. If you think that,
It's only the Karens. The Karens were thinking he was like the second coming of Christ. But
I've
that's just
actually seen
third
some
minority.
people actually get that down bad. I'm not gonna lie. Some people really were that down bad.
That was the Karen boomer
many,
minority.
No,
It's like
okay.
me and Bashar al-Assad.
Okay, don't miss my points here. My point is that I'm saying that's not the majority. There's always outliers, right? But that was not the majority. And atheists on YouTube love to go search for some one random outlier and be like, oh, I found what the stereotype that I've convinced myself is true, and I'm now going to extrapolate out that stereotype and apply it to everybody in a demographic and be like, they must be just like this person. It's just like, I mean, they do it all the time with like, oh, if you believe that God exists, therefore you're a flat earther. Like,
what the hell?
No, I'm literally arguing the opposite of that. So how? Oh, there's doubt.
A lot of people.
Jackson, do you not pay attention? Okay, Mark Drysdale has made assertions about people being flat earthers. There's atheists on every single one of my streams in the side chat that talks about, like, it makes assertions like, if you believe that God created the universe, therefore you're a flat earther. They make that assertion all the freaking time.
Want to be Dave?
Equated. I mean, Iger. Where's Iger at? Iger's a flat earther, but Iger is the minority in this room right now.
Yeah, but it's okay, bro. I'm not. I mean, I used to.
I'm not attacking you, Iger. I'm saying, like, Iger is the minority, but many of the atheists on YouTube will say, "Oh, if you believe in creation, therefore, because there's one in the room, right, Iger, therefore all of you must also believe this." And it's like, well, I would never make that extrapolation out for against you.
Too.
It's a way to clump us together and demonize us, bro. Just because I doubt Nat. I mean, not that I doubt. I know they freaking lie about everything, and then the Bible's true, so they want to discredit the Bible. But these people want to just put you in a camp. It's the same thing right now. They want to put you in. Are you pro Ukraine or pro Russia camp? And then we can go to the pro vax, anti vax, pro life, pro choice. So they always want to put you in a camp. That way you're easier to control and derail. So
Wait, I got a question for you though, real quick. So you said they lie about everything, right?
Just about, bro. Just about everything.
Okay, well, some of those people also do affirm that Jesus was a living human who walked the earth. Are they lying about that?
I think they're just doing it for,
I
like,
take the biblical
for
position.
clout.
I'm a young earth creationist, Bible believing Christian, but I came to the conclusion that the earth is flat. So,
and how did you come to that conclusion?
Man, it took me a little bit. I had to go get a telescope, see if the star, what they were showing me for the stars was real. I'm gonna show you real quick. But looking for curvature, bro, getting an aircraft, looking for debating a pilot one time. I'm like, do you guys take into account curvature of the earth? And they don't take into account no curvature of the earth when you're flying aircraft. Matter of fact, when they reach their cruising altitude, they gotta dip their nose up. So it's like to remain level, sea level. It took me a while, bro. It took me a while. Becoming a flat earther is probably the hardest thing. Like, once you find out about 9/11 being an inside job, the Illuminati, the New World Order, all that's pretty easy to accept once you start to see the cards fall. But for some reason, because you've been programmed since birth to believe that you're living in a ball that's spinning 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting the sun 66,600 miles per hour, and they indoctrinate you in kindergarten. You see your first globe. So for some reason, it's very hard to accept it. But yeah, man, it took me a while, bro. But it's flat, bro. It's got a dome. Heaven's right above it. There's no multiverses. There's no other galaxies. There's no other planets. This is it. This is the only Earth God ever made with life. Look, the angels and seraphim and stuff like that also. But those are made with Earth. You know what I mean? It's all
But
here. It's all.
my thing is the earth stated to be flat in the Bible, because from what I've read, I haven't, I'm not an expert on it, but from what I've read, I haven't seen any implications that he's like saying that even God is saying that the earth is flat like a dome.
Well, the first page actually says that there was the first day was light and darkness were separated. The second day God made the firmament. Google firmament real quick, click images, or just read what it says and tell me what you get. It's a dome, and they'll say people back in the days before our modern science and our modern discoveries, before NASA, Raxa, Jackson, Copernicus. People back then used to think the earth was flat, but now we know better, obviously, because we landed men on the moon 6 times from 1969 to 1972. We can't go back now because we destroyed all that technology. It's a painful process to build it back again. Man,
Okay, but from their perspective, it would be a
hang on,
dumb.
hang on a second.
we're getting off
Hang-
topic, bro.
Hang on a second. So, again, I love how idiots like Big Bad Mama continue to like prove my point. Okay, so standard dumbass, uneducated, and lacking in business experience talking point. You thought he was a great businessman because of reality TV, despite the bankruptcies. Okay, so I believe he's had a total of 5 bankruptcies, but had over, I believe, 3,000 businesses. Like
I think some of-
currently the Trump group has like 500 something businesses, right? Okay, so let's think about how you're always had bankruptcies, therefore you must suck at business position is really indicative of the fact that you are a freaking uneducated dumbass or one who is lacking any kind of business experience. Okay, so 9 out of 10 businesses fail. So if you've had no less than 500 business, which is currently what the number is, but it's actually over those 50 years of business, I believe it's over 3,000 businesses, but he's had 5 that had bankruptcies. That actually means that his failure rate is incredibly good compared to what is normal in business if 9 out of 10 businesses normally fail. So I don't know how to explain this any more simplistically for you.
Hey guys,
but that means he's done really good in business, and you're an idiot for spewing a moronic, dumbass, never been an entrepreneur talking point that was spewed ad nauseum from the start of the campaign all the way through the administration till now by idiots who have never been in business for themselves. And if you have been in business for yourself, then I would love to hear your justification for your stupid ass talking point. Go ahead, Jackson.
Yeah, I'm going to head out because my brain is melting, but I'm going to go watch tanks blow up on Twitter.
Okay.
In real time.
For sure. They call that cognitive dissonance. When you get new information, you can't accept it.
Maybe. Yeah, it feels like my brain's melting. Anyway.
Yeah. All right, bro.
I'll see
you ever
guys
seen
later.
that scene from The Matrix when they're
No,
telling him he lives
Josh.
in the Matrix? They tell Neo he lives in the Matrix, and he's like, no, get me out. That's
get me out.
That's what's happening.
Exactly.
All right, good night, bro.
Good night.
See you, Jackson.
Later, game.
All right. Hey, LPP. I know this is it's already been a dumpster fire, so I felt it was appropriate. But I just want to know, what are your thoughts on the whole flat Earth? I know you're not a flat earther, but I guess what would be some of your thoughts on it? And after that question, I do have some things to say about those images. I agree, but I'm gonna let LPP answer mine. Yeah.
I think that the universe is flat, not the Earth. I think you can have the 3-dimensional object or shape in two dimensions, but it's not nice 2 dimensions. But I think a lot of things that are the flats like to refer to are actually more indicative of the universe rather than the planet. So that'd be my foundational position.
Also, I don't think those images. I mean, I see what you're going with that, but it's like you said you got that off a telescope, right?
Yeah.
You can only really see things like that off a telescope. A telescope isn't going to give you a full view of the object you're looking at.
Hey, you know what's sad? NASA doesn't have any videos, bro. Like, look at videos of stars. It's all CGI. They don't have any.
Oh yeah, we know that. I mean, we
Here's
know
actual
that.
video footage of the stars. This is what they look like. They all have their own unique personality.
Right,
so
but
now,
what makes make them flat though? Because they look like that, which is also from a vast distance that doesn't really.
I don't know what they are, bro. I don't know what they are. I've never been up above the firmament. I have no idea what they are, but I could tell you throughout history, people thought that the stars were angels. And, even Lucifer falls like lightning from the sky at one point. So even he was probably a star once upon a time. But yeah, man, I don't know what they are, bro. But I'm going with they're probably angels sitting there trying to record your thoughts for Judgment Day, the good ones. And then there's some bad ones too, like Lucifer. So he brought down a third of the angels with him. So where do you think they come from? Where do you think the angels came from that made it with mankind in Genesis 6?
I mean,
I don't think they did.
Angels also were stated to have a specific look, though. Like angels look like very cool Eldridge-esque like beings, at least when they're described in the Bible. Like,
yeah, they can appear as
I'm
anything.
not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just saying if we're going like off pure biblically, angels they looked a certain way. They actually had different forms that they took on and whatnot. And their true forms were like the spinning wheels, many-eyed, many-winged beings like they're described.
Yeah. But there can't be a hybrid of angels and men because Jesus died for men, and you can't have a half-breed man and angel because Jesus didn't die for angels.
Well, according to the Bible, bro, they or yeah, it could be Enoch, but according to the Bible, they even Genesis 6 talks about how they lusted after the woman and they came down here and made a woman
Right,
the Nephilim. But then it goes on to say that their souls were disembodied spirits because they, like you said, Jungle, they didn't have a place in heaven or on the earth. So that's what we today call
they were
ghosts
destroyed
and
during
demons
the
and
flood.
stuff like that.
That's dependent on your interpretation of the sons of God, though. If you think the sons of God are angels, then that's what it means. But if it doesn't make sense, then the sons of God has to be people.
It makes perfect sense to me
So
now.
you're
It didn't make
saying
sense to
pussy
me
is
back-
the original sin?
It didn't make sense to me 5 years ago when I was a baller. It didn't make sense to me at all, bro. I thought it was all a
baller.
big fairy, baller, because you believe in the spinning ball. But it didn't make sense to me back then because I thought, maybe a year, a year to God was like 1,000 years, but maybe he meant 1 billion or a million, to try to make evolution and the Big Bang fit into my head. But now it makes perfect sense to me, bro. The Synagogue of Satan controls all the Jesuits and Masons that gave us all our like the Copernican principle, where it's basically the heliocentric model, where we can't divert from that, or you won't be published, it won't be monetized. I never plan to get monetized on YouTube, bro. I gave up on that. I thought I'll make a bunch of money once upon a time, but not anymore, bro. I just come out here to hang out.
I put it in the chat that if you take 13 billion years and take the phrase 1,000 years is like one day, you take the 13 billion years divided by 300, what is it, 65 years? I mean, 65 days. So it's 365 days times 1,000. You divide that by 13 billion by 365,000. It comes down to 35 or 36,000 years. So with God, literally 1,000 years is literally like a day. That's called relativity.
Yeah, okay, bro.
Yeah, it's the relativity because the rate of time in the universe is not the same. It doesn't go by the same rate everywhere in the universe.
That's because you're still trying to fit the heliocentric model into the Bible.
No, Iger. Okay, so you believe where is God, Iger? Where do you believe God is?
Actually, good question, bro. But I think it's the North Star. His throne, his actual throne, is at the North Star.
Whoa! God resides in heaven, which is a place outside of this.
Heathen.
Okay,
Barnum.
so now we got to the root of the problem. All right.
We have a heathen upon our midst. Bring the
Hold on.
cross.
I ain't saying all that, but like, look, listen. God resides.
What's on top of us? Put it
in a
like this,
place
man. It's on top of us.
outside of
It's
the
above.
universe.
It's on top of the firmament. It's on
let it
top
be.
of the waters above, and he resides on that. But it's a place full of light.
So you know how there are stated to be multiple heavens, right? And God resides in the highest heaven. Do you think that space around us is the highest heaven?
Say it again.
Beyond
Do you think that the space around us, like outer space, is the highest heaven?
I don't even believe in space anymore, brother. I believe there's a firmament, a dome about 100 kilometers up.
Okay. Oh, do
Check
you
this out.
believe that the night sky that you see is the highest heaven?
No.
Okay, so
there's
God
a dome. Hold
resides
on,
in
let me
space.
respond real quick. So there's a dome, there's a firmament, a dome. I asked you to Google firmament do it, please, and Google firmament.
I know what firmament is.
On top of the firmament, there's waters. On top of that, that's where God dwells, on top of the waters.
What I'm saying
So heaven is on top of Australia, just like it's on top of America. It's on top of everybody right now.
What about on top of the fabrication of time and distance? Limited time and distance.
Yeah, but it's not that far away, bro. It's not 14 billion light years away. That's what I'm getting at.
That's not my point. I'm
right
not
there,
talking
bro.
about the distance or the time. I'm talking about this reality, this realm in general, an infinite. This realm itself isn't even infinite. So the fact that you're saying it is containing an infinite being is kind of wild. So logically, even heaven would have to be the highest heaven, right? Would have to be in a place which is where the Father, where the triune God dwells, along with the angels that are closest to him and whatnot. That would have to be in a place beyond time and space. Heck, a being that created the universe. In order to create something, you're not going to be in the thing that you created. You would logically reside
If
outside.
I make a fish tank, I can't look at the fish tank.
I did not say that. I said you would not be inside of the fish tank that you built. You would have built the fish tank outside of it. Same thing with God. God would have been logically outside of the universe when he created.
I'm with you on that.
So his dwelling place, which is where he is outside of the universe.
How far do they tell you North Star is? Why is it the only star
Why
that
are you still going back to the North Stars?
Because the North Star never moves, bro. It's always in the same spot.
Oh my gosh! All right, all right.
So I think it's like a glimpse of like God's throne, but I
think they said it did
I'm not
move.
dogmatic on it. I'm just saying I think that's why it never moves.
Hey, Iger, do you believe the Earth has like an edge?
Yeah. Not an edge, but Antarctica is an ice wall. The UN map basically is the flat Earth map, with Antarctica being a wall of ice around it.
Well, I have this idea. Why don't we gather all the flat earthers and push them off the edge, like Patrick would say?
You will get to Antarctica, which is
that's an interesting point, Iger. South America used to be connected to Antarctic, along with Africa, Australia, and India. So, what would you think about that?
Or you're talking about Pangea?
Yeah, they've proven that the sediment layers line up, the fossils line up, plant fossils and animal fossils. They all line up between the continents and along with the sediments too.
Yeah, that's fine. I could be down with Pangea, bro, because it talks about the Tower of Nimrod, and then the people were divided into all the corners of the earth. So then that's where we got kangaroos in Australia, and that's where we got different races all over the world.
Okay, but my thing is, how they got scattered across the earth.
The people didn't scatter until after the breakup of the continents, though.
All right, I'm out of here.
The animals did.
This is getting too wacky.
Yeah. This is science. This is science. It's a known fact that the continents were joined together.
No, I'm talking about the flat Earth. I don't know about Pangea and all that. I don't know.
Yeah, but
flat Earth.
It's science. It's verified science.
All right. Tell you what, guys. I'll leave. You guys stay. I gotta go.
I'm out of here.
It's not even there. He said that God was like in our physical 3D space.
Yeah.
Oh, it's how far? They tell you the North Star is 400 light years away. How far is that? Each light year is like 6 trillion miles, bro. It's a number you can't even comprehend. 400 light years is the number you can't even comprehend. So it's far, bro. Oh, everybody.
So earlier you assumed that the angels were the stars. So now you're saying that God is just a bigger version of those balls that you saw. Even though he's supposed to be even grander and holier than that in form.
Well, that's his throne. That's not God.
Okay, the throne of God would not be. Okay, the reason why I say that is that it still exists in our reality, in our physical 3 dimensions, which isn't just Earth, but the entire universe at large, whatever you think it is or looks like. The throne of God would also be outside of the universe, which
It
where we
is. You can't
created.
go to a star. Can you go to? Can you go to
Do you
Polaris?
think that Earth is the universe? Do you think that the entire universe is just Earth?
No,
Is
there's a
that what you're saying?
dome. There's a dome containing the Earth,
Okay,
and then there's
but there's
waters on
also
top
the
of
space
that. So there's
outside
a
the dome,
we're
which
like in a
is
little snow globe at the bottom of some ocean that God made.
okay.
And
What
then
I'm
he's on
saying
top
is,
of that.
do you think
We're
the
in a
throne
little
of
fish
God?
tank. We're in the
Do you
fish
think
tank
the
that
throne
God
of
made.
God is in the first heaven?
No, that
Which
would
is
be
okay.
that would be where the birds fly and where the you know that the
The
first heaven is
sky? You think the sky is the first heaven?
Yeah, the sky is the first
All
heaven
right, y'all.
where
Good
the
night.
birds fly. Listen,
Good night.
the
Have a
second
blessed-
heaven is the firmament where the stars are, where the dome's at.
All right.
And on top of that is waters. On top of that is God's heaven.
All
where he
right.
lives.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Right. Also, so you said the majority, or basically everything. So everything after biblical times, every scientific discovery, that we know of today is just a lie, right?
Not at all, man. Not at all.
That's what you said earlier. You said they basically
I don't
lie on
believe
everything.
every single scientific. Like, do I believe in computers? Do I believe in cell phones?
That's why
do
you
I believe in
rejected the premise
cars?
of around Earth because you said we see it on TV. And that's
I don't believe in anything
okay,
coming from NASA
Galileo
wax
was
and
an
NASA.
advocate for the Earth being round. Do you think Galileo was
He
the
was a
one who said,
Jesuit. Galileo was a Jesuit, bro. And all he did was invent a telescope. You're talking about Copernicus. He was a Jesuit, and he's the one that put us in the heliocentric model. And he was a Jesuit. So yeah,
all right,
he's a liar, bro.
We'll even assume that the Earth is flat.
Do you think
but
secret societies tell the
no
truth to the
doubt
public?
that my point is the fact that I'm trying to get the whole theology aspect of it down because you're saying that the throne of God resides within the same dimension as we do.
You're saying that. I'm saying it's
that's what
above
you
our
said.
reach. We can't. I don't even know. I don't know if North Star is
All
God's
right.
throne or not. But it
That's
doesn't
what you
move.
said. That's what you said. You think the North
You
Star?
can't go there. You can't go there. I can't
Okay,
go
so
there.
because we go there, therefore it doesn't exist in the same plane as we do.
It's
Because we
still
can't.
Yeah, we
inside.
can't go there. It doesn't exist in the same place we do. I have no idea what the stars are.
All right,
Don't
Jungle, I'm
bother
gonna go
me.
ahead and let you take over on this one. I gotta get some sleep. I got work tomorrow. I don't think I'm getting.
Hold on. I gotta use the bathroom. Then I'll come right back. Stay with Jungle for a minute.
It's like talking to a brick wall. Sometimes I don't.
Yeah, it's inside of outer space or inside of space. It might even. Where's the North Star? Is that in the Milky Way? Or
I mean, he doesn't think the galaxies are real, bro.
I think. Yeah, well, I mean, we're inside the Milky Way, and the North Star is a big star. It's probably inside the Milky Way.
It's inside the Milky Way, which is inside the universe, which ultimately is a infant, is a very compared to God. Like this is, like I don't know.
It's inside the Milky Way, which dilates time and distance, and you go outside of the Milky
according
Way.
to him, relativity is a lie. That everything is. I don't know. I'm gonna go, bro. You have a blessed one. I can't. This is going nowhere. LPP's gone. That's how you know the fire spread too wild.
Yes. You go outside of the Milky Way, time goes by at a faster rate, and so you don't need.
My bad. I'm back, bro. I missed what you guys were talking about.
You don't need any dark matter or dark energy when you understand the dilation of time and distance, because distance expands in outer space where there's no matter to dilate, no gravity or not as much gravity.
You don't even need gravity, bro.
And
if you think about it, if you don't live on a spinning ball, you can overcome gravity with a magnet, with a helium balloon. Like birds fly around gravity with no problem, even though it holds trillions of gallons of water to a spinning ball.
Well, something's holding you down.
You don't need dark matter. It's water's above ether. You call it other things, but
something's holding us down. We can't float up. Something's holding us down.
What's pushing the helium balloon up?
It's a light gas.
Okay.
It's
So
lighter.
if we're heavier than the air around us, then we wouldn't
It's
be.
lighter than oxygen. It's lighter than nitrogen. It's lighter than helium.
So it's all density. That's called
Hydrogen.
density. What's lighter, what's heavier, it's density. So if you're heavier than the air around you, then you're gonna stay to the ground, bro. If I was standing on water, I would sink.
But it's density, but why down and not up? Why down and not sideways? And
Why
not,
would it go sideways? What force will push you sideways?
well, that's what I'm saying. You know, why's it got to be down? I mean, it's always straight
Why
up and
wouldn't
down.
it be down, bro? Why does a helium balloon rise up?
Have you ever ridden a unicycle on ice?
Okay.
I have.
I haven't, but I don't know what that has to do with any.
It's because the center of gravity is always straight up and down when you ride a unicycle on ice.
But there is no gravity, bro.
And it doesn't slip. You can't slip when you ride a unicycle on ice. It doesn't slip because the center of gravity is always straight up and down. Because that's what you're balancing on is the center of gravity. And if you try to ride a bicycle on ice, you'll wipe out and slide all over the place, but not a unicycle, because the center of gravity is always straight up and down. Exactly straight up and down.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't make any difference, bro.
Yeah, because it's exactly perpendicular to the ice, to the flat ice. You know, relatively flat ice.
No, I get that. I get that you're on basically you're balanced on a single point. So
yeah,
I get that, but
it's always exactly. It's got to be exactly. Otherwise, you're not gonna be riding the unicycle if it's not exactly straight up and down the center of gravity.
Right, you got to be balanced.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, bro, you seen any bendy water lately? Like you put a cup on a cup of water and then it just starts curving?
The bendy water? Yeah.
Yeah, where's the bendy water at? Where can I buy some bendy water where I put it on my my pool and then it just curves or whatever? Where's that?
I thought you meant the light. When you see something in the water, we see something inside the water, it bends the light.
I think it's almost over. Welcome back, LPP.
What up, what up? All right, I think I'm going to, we're coming at 4 hours and 40 minutes. It's time to call it a night. You guys got any last words?
Yeah. We were just talking about center of gravity.
Yeah. And how come gravity doesn't affect balloons and it doesn't affect birds or flies or anything else? And you will power gravity with magnets and just helium balloons. Everything is density and magnetism. That's it. That's why so many people are buying into the simulation theory, because it's better explanation. But I just hold to like the firmament.
It affects birds, and if you learn how to fly an ultralight in an airplane, you have to keep it horizontal. Otherwise,
yeah. What does horizontal mean? Is that a straight line?
All right. We're going to bed. I'm going to bed. We're going to night.
All right. Good night.
All right, everybody. Thanks so much for sticking out to this 4 hour and 41-minute stream. I hope you all enjoyed it. And as you go to sleep and prepare for tomorrow, and you consider all the things that are discussed here, that you read, that you've learned throughout your life, make sure that the ultimate conclusion you reach about the necessities for your existence is a logical, plausible, and probable conclusion. Have a good night, everybody.